Good afternoon. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation is now out of recess. Thank you and welcome back. Our recess was a little bit extended because we attended the ribbon cutting ceremony of the Lorraine Fish Market. We take the opportunity to commend and congratulate everyone involved, the administration, Governor Bryan, the Department of DPNR, and also the fishermen who will be able to have a place where they can sell their fishes at the Lorraine Fish Market. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda for Block 2.
Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. The committee will receive a status update on operations from the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to include the status of all projects, sports programs, and recreation facilities. Invited testifier, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
So this morning we heard from the Department of Labor, and we heard with regard to the job training and employment programs for our young people. And this afternoon we will be hearing from the leadership from the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. I'm talking about the programs and the status of their facility. We had the opportunity earlier, I think it was last week, to visit some of the sites for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation over on St. Thomas and also on St. John. And we also were able on Friday to visit the facilities and the parks over on St. Croix. So I know that this afternoon we will have a very interesting discussion as we hear what is the status, as we receive a status update from the Commissioner and his team on the parks, the facilities that the department has overseas. So, Commissioner, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Good. I want to ask you this time if you could identify your leadership. They could present themselves. Names,
All right,
names and position, please.
You want them to do that themselves, or you want me to mention everyone?
They can.
I'll let the assistant commissioners go first, district administrators, HR, and then...
Good afternoon. I am Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, Vincent Roberts, Assistant Commissioner, St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good afternoon, Carol Peters, Director of Basics and Financial Management.
Good afternoon, Jamil Henry, St. Croix District Administrator, Sports and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Kirk Thomas, District Administrator, Sports and Recreation, St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, my name is Rolina Pell, I'm the Human Resources Manager.
Good afternoon, Elroy Hill, Deputy Director, Sports Park, St. John.
And good afternoon, I am Calvert White, the Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation.
Great. Thank you all for joining us. I want to ask you to please place your microphones on mute, just so we won't have any background interference. And Commissioner, you can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Thankful that my team is still here as we was getting ready to hit their reset button for them to leave and come back at a different time, but I'm glad that they stuck with me. Before I start, I just want to say a happy 25th birthday to my dad today. Wish him a happy birthday. And I want to give you congratulations ahead for your first committee hearing, as I watched the earlier one, and I think it was well run. Good day, Honorable Carrion, Chairman of the Committee of Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation of the 34th Legislature of the USVI. Honorable Senators, Central Staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Before you to provide testimony on the status of operations of my department, to include the status of all projects, sports, programs, and recreation facilities. I would like to first introduce my staff, Ms. Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner of St. Croix, Mr. Vincent Roberts, Assistant Commissioner of St. Thomas St. John, Ms. Carol Peters, Director of Business and Financial Management, Ms. Merlina Pell, Human Resources Manager, Ms. Jamila Henry, District Administrator of Sports and Recreation for the St. Croix District, Mr. Kirk Thomas, District of Administrator of Sports and Recreation for the St. Thomas St. John District, and Mr. Elroy Hill, the Deputy Director of St. John. The recovery team at DSPR has been working extremely hard to get our FEMA disaster recovery projects obligated and available for contractors to bid. Currently, we have a total of 51 projects territory-wide with a combined estimate project cost of just over $30 million. Of those 51 projects, 59 are now obligated, a significant accomplishment for this department. Currently, 10 projects are completed. 3 projects are either starting or nearing completion. We are soliciting bids for 16 projects, and 14 projects are in the architectural and engineering stage, with the majority of them having at least 50% of the A&E design completed. The priority projects on St. Croix, the Vincent Mason Pool, and Kramer's Park have 90% of the design completed. St. Thomas' top priority projects, Lionel Roberts Stadium and Emile Griffith Park, are also 90% design completed. Once the Department of Public Works approve these designs, we will request the Department of Property and Procurement assistance in soliciting bids from contractors. The completed projects so far are the Smithby Tiny Tots Playground Park, Fairchild Park, Romeo Malone Center, Omar Brown Park, Emancipation Garden Park, Franklin Roosevelt Veterans Park, the main office on St. Thomas, and the main office in William D. Industrial Park on St. Croix, D. Hamilton Jackson Park, and the Vincent Mason Coral Resort Mumbiju debris removal. The following projects have been notified to proceed and either have a contractor there now working or is about to resume work. Those projects are the Clock Tower, Emile Henderson Court, and Isaac Boynes Ballpark. The following projects have bids solicited. That is Bodo Park, Campo Rico Basketball Court, Cookie Beach, Composite Park, Kramer's Park Pavilion, Doris Hodge Tennis Center, Dorothea Totlot Park, Educators Park, Milton Newton Park, Pedro Cruz Ballpark, Rudy Krieger Complex, Valdemar Hill Lookout Point, and Winston Ramo. The following projects are in the solicited for A&E services only. That's architectural and engineering. That's Edra Fredericks Ballpark, Lionel Smut Richards Ballpark, and the St. John Community Center. The following projects are in the architectural and engineering phase, meaning their designs is currently going on. Alvin McBean Complex, Cruz Bay Tennis Court, and Overbaum Basketball Court, DC Canigata Complex, Emile Griffith Ballpark, Estate Profit Community Center, Ezra Fredericks Ballpark, Fort Frederick Beach, Joseph O'Bain Ballpark, Corin Terrace Ballpark, Lionel Smut Richards Ballpark, Lionel Roberts, Reynold Jackson Complex, St. John Community Center, and the Vincent Mason Coral Resort Park and Pool. The following projects are 428 and will be transferred to an alternate project. That is the Honeymoon Beach Pavilion and Town Center facility. The 2 following projects are unobligated, Bodo Park and Massac Baxton Center. The following projects are on hold but are obligated, Clinton Phipps Racetrack, Horace Clark Baseball Park, Randall Doc James Racetrack, and the Winston Wells Ballpark. While we continue to move forward with our facilities restoration, DSPR has additional projects to enhance our facilities. We are pleased to add a newly constructed batting cage at the Alvin Mabin Sports Complex, funded with Public Finance Authority capital improvement funding. A private business is currently considering donating a batting cage at the DC Canigata. Additionally, DPP will be accepting bid proposals from contractors to resurface, repave, and restrike basketball, tennis courts, and paddleball courts in the St. Thomas St. John districts until March 8 and March 12 in the St. Croix district. This project is funded by a capital improvement grant for the Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, and will see 20 basketball courts, 14 tennis courts, and 8 paddleball courts refurbished across the territory for a total of 21 facilities. Those facilities are on St. Croix, Reynolds Jackson Recreation Complex, Rudy Krieger, DC Canigata, Isaac Boynes, Emile Gravy Henderson, Glen Recreational Park, La Grande Princess Park, Mumbiju Park, Campo Rico Park, Castleburg Basketball Court, Williams Delight Basketball Court, La Valley Recreational Park, and Pedro Cruz Basketball Court. On St. Thomas, these facilities will also receive resurfacing of the tennis, basketball, and paddleball courts. Those facilities are Alvin McBean Recreational Complex, Ezra Fredericks Ballpark, Lionel Smut Ballpark, Winston Ramos Center, Doris Hodge Tennis Center, and Milton Newton Park. On St. John, the following facilities will receive resurfacing, repaving, and restriping. They are Oval Brown Basketball Court and the Cruz Bay Tennis Courts. The department recently completed 2 initiatives that will impact our senior community. On January 19th, DSPR, alongside the Governor's ADA Coordinator Office, held the first of several ribbon-cutting ceremonies, rolling out access mats and the Buoyant Beach wheelchairs on Megan's Bay. The access mats will allow individuals with a challenge navigating through the sand access to the water. On St. Croix, the completion of the AARP Fit Park brings excitement to all who enjoy exercising outdoors. While the park was funded 100% by AARP, its use will be open to the entire community. DSPR will also be receiving a grant from AARP to hire a fitness instructor to teach free fitness classes. I want to thank AARP for their willingness to collaborate with DSPR to improve the quality of life for all Virgin Islanders. I have already started productive conversations with a private business concerning the potential installation of an additional fit lot in our communities, one in the town of Frederiksted and one on the island of St. Thomas. The GVI recently completed successful negotiation with the Renaissance Group regarding the donation of land at Renaissance Park, St. Croix, for the use by DSPR and the Caribbean Drag Racing Association. I have been working very close with the president of the CDRA, Mr. Arthur Hector, to rebuild and open the racetrack. The initial appropriation by the 33rd Legislature of $500,000, Act 8288, was used to resurface the track. With the recent legislation, Bill 33-014, sent by Governor Bryan to appropriate $675,000 to complete the racing strip, I hope that we will see car racing very soon. As with all agencies, the department have several challenges. However, we are creative in resolving them. You can see one such instance as how we are able to add rear loaders to our fleet. We requested and received funding from the 33rd Legislature to purchase a new garbage truck for the St. Thomas St. John district. We bought a second garbage truck for the St. Croix district with grant funding from the Department of Interior's Maintenance Assistance Program. Although this grant was a 50-50 match, we used the savings from the purchase of vehicles and the first garbage truck, both in FY20, to make up our 50% match. The first truck is now on island, and the second is estimated to be on island within a week. The addition of these trucks will allow our sanitation workers to be more efficient while using less workforce and trash bags. In 2020, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. sent Bill 33-0453 to reprogram several projects under PFA. This proposed reprogramming is essential in carrying forward the vision of the department. Having adequate storage at our most used facilities will enable our maintenance workers to be more efficient in their duties. We are requesting a total of $118,693.10 to be reprogrammed to create storage units at selected parks. Many of you have toured the Oppenheimer facility on St. John this past Thursday. I am sure you would agree that this facility potential is the crown jewel of DSPR as a little known secret. Unfortunately, FEMA deemed this project ineligible for grant funding due to its proximity to the ocean. The reprogramming of $200,000 requested and an additional $24,805.20 currently available in PFA capital project funding will be used to renovate this facility, replace the roof, and address the porch challenges. The newly renovated Oppenheimer facility would be a substantial revenue-generating property due to the popularity of beach weddings and events on St. John. Another equally beautiful and revenue generation facility is the Vincent Mason Pool. As evidenced during our walk through last Friday, the guard booth at the Vincent Mason Pool was vandalized shortly after the storms. Once again, FEMA rejected grant funding for this portion of the property as the vandalism was not hurricane related. DSPR will lose $78,307 in reprogramming financing to repair the guard booth and gate at the Vincent Mason Pool. I want to thank the members of this committee and the members of the Committee of Finance in the 34th Legislature in advance for your support and consideration of Bill number 33-0453. 0453. As our FEMA disaster recovery projects are obligated and we move towards completion, DSPR can now shift our focus to other federally funded grants and programs. Our priority is our Territorial Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, or our TCORP. The Land and Water Conservation Fund Act of 1965 was enacted to assist in preserving, developing, and assuring accessibility to all citizens of the United States of America quality and quantity of outdoor recreation resources. The LWCF State Assistance Program authorizes the Secretary of the Department of Interior, delegated to the Director of the National Park Services, to provide financial assistance to states for outdoor recreational programs. This apportionment is dictated yearly by Congress. To be eligible for assistance through the LWCF program, states must prepare and maintain a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreational plan, or a S-Corp, or for the territories, a T-Corp. The T-Corp is a 5-year plan that evaluates the demand and supply of public outdoor recreation resources throughout the territory. It identifies capital investment priorities for acquiring, developing, and protecting our outdoor recreation resources. The most recent T-Corp expired in 2019. Upon learning of this, DSPR has been in constant communication with the Department of Interior and the NPS, requesting assistance and guidance in developing the next T-Corp installment. We intend to apply for a technical assistance program grant through the Department of Interior, which will enable us to execute a contract with a firm that can produce an excellent application for an NPS planning grant. This step is critical because the NPS will be watching closely to see how committed the Virgin Islands is to meeting the grant's requirements as reflected in our first application. Once the planning grant is submitted and approved, we will then use the funding to cover the cost of developing the final T-Corp for submission and approval. In the immediate months after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, all DSPR programs were halted and facilities closed. With sports, leisure, and recreation activities held in limbo for the last 10 months, we are now seeing a glimpse of hope. The 24th Supplemental Executive Order and Proclamation by the Governor provided a list of sports that were deemed low risk and allowed for training and conditional purposes only. Those sports are track and field, cross country, swimming, tennis, sailing, canoeing, kayaking, baseball, softball, and cricket. I hope that in the near future, DOH will allow a few moderate and high-risk sports to resume practices, namely volleyball, basketball, football, and soccer. The resumption of medium risk and higher risk sports can only happen if the community does our part to keep our COVID-19 confirmed cases down by following the Department of Health guidelines and the Center for Disease Control. I will continue to advocate for the resumption of all sports to ensure that we provide a safe environment for all individuals using our facilities. DSPR has implemented new policies for anyone who utilize our facilities. The DSPR guidance for all sports permitted to operate during the COVID-19 disaster emergency was created to ensure our employees, athletes, and the public safety and health. All organizations utilizing DSPR facilities are required to adhere to this guidance. Upon entry of a DSPR facility, your name, temperature, and arrival time will be recorded by one of the recreation staff. When arriving, attending, or departing our facilities, you're expected to maintain social distancing of at least 6 feet and wear a face covering. Athletes are not required to wear face covering while actively engaged in workouts or practice that prevent them from wearing face covering, but must wear face coverings when on the sidelines, in the dugout, etc. And anytime 6 feet of social distance is not possible. Hand sanitizers will be made readily available for all to use. Restroom facilities will be open for adequate hand washing. Equipment and other personal items should be separated and not shared. If equipment must be shared, we ask coaches to disinfect all gear appropriately between users, following the CDC guidance for cleaning and disinfecting. Anyone not adhering to the department procedures will be asked to leave the facility. We thank the public in advance for their understanding and cooperation. I need to make a note that anyone that wants to use the facility should call the department in their respective area and apply for some type of schedule before they proceed to that facility. The reason for that is we want to ensure that we control the numbers, it is organized, and we know who is using the facilities. The facilities are not open as a free-for-all. We are asking everyone to please contact the department first and schedule a practice time before proceeding to the facilities. With COVID-19 confirmed cases in the VI on a decline and the restrictions to protect the residents of the Virgin Islands' health and safety lessened, you can expect to start to see more activities at our facilities and more programs produced by DSPR. At the last Committee of Youth, Sports, Park and Recreation hearing of the 33rd Legislature on November 30th, 2020, the team and I explained in detail the combine in a bubble created for our elite athletes. Initially, we hoped to involve sophomores, but after careful consideration and a suggestion to reduce the numbers of participation, we decided to go with just seniors and juniors since they were the closest to graduation. Representatives from the Interscholastic Athletic Association, or IAA, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, coaches, and various local sporting federations all had input on who those elite athletes were. We would have liked to create this experience for all athletes and all sports. However, because of the limited amount of dorm rooms available to us and a strict timeline, we made the difficult decision to offer only baseball, softball, men's and women's basketball, and co-ed volleyball. This program's goal was to give our athletes a chance to highlight their talent in hopes of securing a collegiate scholarship. I am pleased to announce that as of today, 4 athletes were able to secure athletic scholarships because of the reels the coaches were able to see of our athletes' time in the athletic combine. The DSPR combine in a bubble success further proved that there needs to be a system that collects all our athletes' data from an early age to market themselves during their senior year. Following the combine, the University of the Virgin Islands athletic director introduced me to an individual who wanted to assist the Virgin Islands in joining a network that would capture school athletes' data, no matter the sport, at the beginning from the 6th grade all the way to the senior year of high school. Since the conversation was about student athletes, I felt this service platform would be better administered through the Virgin Islands Department of Education's athletic department. After the first meeting with Mr. Casey Chipwater of Athlete Foundry, it was very clear to both Mr. Calendar, the Director of Athletics for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and myself, that this is what the Virgin Islands student athlete needed to increase their collegiate scholarship chances. VID is negotiating the specifics, and I look forward to them announcing a partnership with the company and sharing more details about the app and the community that it will provide. While a lot of what we promote in sports while a lot of what we promote is sports related, we understand that recreation activities are not all about sports. With COVID-19 social distancing protocols and other restrictions, producing new and creative ideas is challenging but possible. DSPR partnered with Eccentric Muko Encounters to create DSPR's Drive-In Movie Night, an evening of love and family. This event would bring 2 nights of movies to St. Croix and St. Thomas. The first show offered was a child-friendly film, and the second movie was a more adult-appropriate film. With the completion of the National Park ball field on St. John, the team and I at DSPR plan to hold similar events on St. John. I want to thank my district administrators for taking the lead and organizing this event, and all the employees at DSPR that worked tirelessly to make this event a success. I also want to thank Eccentric Muko Encounters for partnering with DSPR and the Department of Health for their guidance. Equally as important, I want to thank the members of the Virgin Islands Police Department who made sure that all who attended were in a fun and safe environment. We hope to offer more outdoor movie events to give the community safe, leisure, and social outlets. Working its way through the pipeline is DSPR's Biggest Loser Challenge. The brainchild of Assistant Commissioner Hansen, this program's objective is to encourage healthy weight loss, a healthy lifestyle, and of course, teamwork. Groups of 5 people are enrolled and their total weight is recorded. To win is simple. Lose the most weight as a group within a specific time. DSPR presented our proposal of the Biggest Loser Challenge to the Government Employee Service Commission, Health Insurance Board, and was successfully approved. At this time, the Biggest Loser Challenge will be available to employees covered under the GVI's Cigna Health Insurance Plan. However, we intend to make this challenge open to the public after the first one is administered. Registration for this program has been extended 1 more week, ending March 5th, 2021. I encourage all interested groups to register as soon as possible. At DSPR, we understand that what we must keep up with the boom of technological trends. Ironically, pre-COVID-19 pandemic, we created our programs to get individuals out of their houses and into our facilities. Post-COVID-19, we had to produce programs that individuals can do at home. You may have heard the governor refer to himself as the techie governor often. I was not surprised when he suggested purchasing game consoles to offer a gaming tournament for those who enjoy playing video games. We have purchased 4 gaming consoles for the St. Croix district, 4 for the St. Thomas district, and 1 for the island of St. John. We have already started to receive applicants for our Bring Your A Game tournament. Individuals will compete against other gamers in the district, both in NBA 2K 2020 and MLB 2020. Games between the final 2 contestants on each island will be streamed on our website and Facebook pages. Each island's winner would then compete for the ultimate king or queen gamer of the territory title. I am proud of the recreation team at DSPR. They continually think about new ways to engage in and entertain our community, both young and seasoned. We have several new programs that we will be rolling out. On St. Croix, one of our largest programs, Take Me Fishing, will take place at the Altona Lagoon and Vincent Mason Beach with a partnership with DPNR Fish and Wildlife. A group of 15 students, ages 8 to 12, will learn the correct way to hook bait, cast a line, and secure their catch. Also taking place on St. Croix will be a 3-day girls softball clinic for ages 13 to 18, instructed by Scout with College Scouting Bureau, LLC. On St. Thomas, we are finalizing the details of Mukojumbi classes for ages 5 to 16 and have begun conversations to offer a batik print class as well. Also on St. Thomas, we're going to start resuming our after-school baseball clinics administered by the employees. Please remember to like our Facebook page and visit www.dspr.vi.gov for all and more information from the department. The COVID-19 pandemic has stolen a year of play and conditioning for our athletes in the territory. You can look forward to seeing the department play a more active role in partnering with other sports programs to assist them in resuming practices and hopefully in the future, competition games. The department have started fostering a partner with Next Level Athletics to produce a football showcase for high school football players seeking athletic scholarships. We are also working with the Volleyball Federation to assist the travel team in attending a stateside tournament this June. The department also has plans to help 2 amateur athletic union or AAU teams, basketball teams, one from the St. Croix district and one from the St. Thomas St. John district, to travel to a tournament on the mainland. A meeting was held with Elrod Hendrick, Little League West president, to determine how DSPR can assist with our Little League programs restart. I look forward to having the same conversation with the Alvin McBean Little League president and both Elmo Plastic Little League East and West presidents on St. Croix. I have already secured a private donor who have offered to assist with team uniforms. Please be mindful that all of the mentioned above activities are contingent on the approval from the Department of Health. DSPR has 104 individuals employed with the department, with 54 in the St. Thomas St. John district, 50 in the St. Croix district. At present, we have 6 vacancies and in the process of getting those positions filled. Of the 6, we are currently interviewing for one of those vacancies right now. After several unsuccessful years of searching for qualified lifeguard applicants, I am proud to say we have hired 2 lifeguards in the St. Thomas district. Interviews are currently being scheduled to fill 2 more spots for a total of 4 in the St. Thomas St. John district. Our employee morale continues to increase. Needless to say, our employees are just as excited as the public to get individuals back to our facilities. I am currently the ex officio member of both the Horse Racing and Virgin Islands Sports Commissions. I am also an active participant in the ongoing litigation between Southland Gaming and the government of the Virgin Islands. I am often asked questions about the mediation details of when horse racing will return. I want to assure you all, the governor and I are working to come to some type of settlement to ensure that the territory sees horse racing in the near future. I must commend Mr. Leon Hunt for his work as the chair of the Virgin Islands Sports Commission thus far. As a subcommittee member for both the Sports Hall of Fame and the sports tourism in the territory, I know firsthand that we have our jobs cut out for us. With 41 mandates for setting policy, it will take some time. However, I have full confidence in all the commission members to produce a quality sports policy for the territory. The team and I are just as anxious as the community to get back to normal. We have created the guidelines and have acquired the resources to ensure that all who frequent our facilities are safe. I must thank all the employees of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation who are prepared and ready for our full open. Our grounds crew are continually maintaining our fields. Our sanitation teams continue to collect the waste at our facilities. The recreation leaders are brainstorming new and exciting programs to administer to the public. I want to thank all of you for a job well done. Senator Carrion, I want to thank you for listening to my testimony. My senior leadership team and I stand ready and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner White. I also am hopeful that soon we could have lessened restrictions and that our young people can once again come back out and enjoy our fields and our parks. I am just as many concerned about their mental and physical health of our children, and we know that we need them to be actively involved in order to continue and not stray away into other things and other activities. So I am also hopeful that soon we'll be able to have more than just certain groups having practice, but having other groups coming in and being able to participate. So we're going to go into the questions this afternoon, and we'll have a 7-minute round. And we will begin with Senator Frankie Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to the testifier. Good afternoon, Commissioner White, you and your staff. My question is going to start out with a hot struck. Did you hear me, Commissioner White?
Sí, mi amigo.
¿Habla mucho español? Okay, well, I'll start talking Spanish.
No, don't do that. You might not get no answer.
And did you say your dad make 25 today?
25.
Well, that means I make 21 last week. If you make 25. Well, happy belated birthday. Today's his birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. White. Senior, right? Is that fair?
Senior.
All right. What I would like to start asking my questions in line with the DC Canigata Ballpark. Not much mention about it. You discussed the complex. What's the status with the baseball field at DC Canigata?
Sure. I think that facility was awarded some $800,000. Senator, part of the process we are facing with all of our projects, and these are guidelines requested by FEMA. If there's any type of change into the facility, some type of architectural and engineering have to go into that project. There is a firm that was hired to do the scope for that facility. I think last we heard it was probably 90% completed. But before that scope goes to public work, these steps must be followed before it's sent to public work.
Well, why I asked that in your presentation, you mentioned not much about the baseball field, and that is one of the most utilized baseball parks. Sometimes it's even used more. And knowing the nature of at least an idea of what's going on with the Polly Joseph Stadium, wouldn't it be faster to get Canigata up and running, if I'm right?
Yeah, so during our walkthrough, we had some talks about that. That facility, like most of our others, are set to receive a change in lights. We're going to be replacing the lights from high pressure sodium to LED lights, new scoreboard. There's some significant work that is going to be done on the roof of the bleachers. There's additional dirt, irrigation, which is something big for our baseball fields, is going to be added to the facility. What we would like, and this was also discussed, is once Polly Joseph comes online, putting DC Canigata offline to do some major renovation for that. But we do know that right now that is the only big field that we have in the territory. But that field is going to see some significant upgrades.
If I'm correct, you said once Polly Joseph come online, then Canigata gonna get its work done to it?
No. I said once Polly Joseph comes online, we would like to take Canigata offline to do some major upgrade, but they are slated to do the upgrades that I just stated: irrigation, replacing lights, roof work. All of those are within the PW that we are moving forward with. As soon as the scope is completed, we will send it to PW to get approved, and that will go up to Public Works or Property and Procurement to go out for bid.
Any new information you can enlighten us with the Polly Joseph Stadium that has some delay at this time? Anything new that you know about as far as it starting to take off to get moving?
Still waiting for FEMA to approve the floodplain permit. Was the last that information that I was getting.
You also have 4 facilities on hold. I kind of understand the racetrack issues. Horace Clark, that's because of the module and that. Am I right?
That's correct, Senator. Currently, there are modulars placed at that facility, and then the other facilities, Winston Wells in St. John, that also have modulars placed on it for education in St. John.
All right, let's concentrate on St. John a little bit, because with that park being out, and it's going to be out for a while, what facilities do we have available for the children to play ball on St. John?
Great question. So we have a long, outstanding relationship with the national park. The ball field that is located down in Cruz Bay when you first come off the boat, that is under the national park. However, they have already contracted a company to upgrade that facility. They're also doing LED lights, the playground. They're putting in a press box. Once that is completed, MOU will be signed between the department and the national park, and DSPR will manage that facility where we can administer our programs for St. John.
Would that be the only ballpark in St. John? Is there any other park available on the island of St. John?
I'll let my deputy director answer that, but to my knowledge, I am not aware of any other ball field currently. But I'll let Mr. Hill answer that.
Good afternoon, Elroy Hill, Deputy Director.
Good afternoon.
Senator, we are currently using the Giff Hill soccer field from last week, Friday, we started doing our registration of 13 and under children, and we have a few young ladies we practicing up there right now. So we're utilizing the Giff Hill soccer field until hopefully by now and the end of the summer, the National Park ball field will be ready for use.
Okay, thank you
30
very much.
seconds.
Thank you very much for that. Commissioner, I see you say in your testimony you had started productive conversation with a private business concerning the potential installation of additional fit parks in our community, and you said one in the town of Frederickstead. What part of Frederickstead were you guys interested in putting this fitness park?
Right inside of Major Cummings Park.
You had some other additional things you say you wanted to do with that
Time.
park. If I may continue.
Yes, I
Okay.
did. I'll go ahead and let my district administrator, Ms. Jamila Henry, they had some great ideas of some additional things. It's a great facility, a lot of space. I think we could utilize and maximize that area. But I'll let her go ahead and explain.
If I may,
You may, Senator.
go ahead. Let him continue. Ma'am, you may answer. You could proceed with all the information in regards to the Major Common Park.
Again, Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator, Sports and Recreation. So I've been doing some research and putting a proposal together to install some splash pads throughout the Virgin Islands at various locations. And for those who may not know, a splash pad is a miniature-sized water park that is inclusive of everyone. It's handicap accessible. The water pressure is not too harsh to or abrase the skin or anything like that. So I'm looking at putting that at Major Cummings Park and hopefully Science Farm, the Woody Kreger Park, and then one in our Christiansted location, and then hopefully the same 3 on St. Thomas and 1 on St. John.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, one more thing. I was told that the island of St. Croix have not received their video games yet. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that they have not. If I could turn my camera right now, you'll see that I have, as a matter of fact, literally behind of me, other way.
They trying to want to hear what pay they don't know. They want to see to know.
Is the TVs and video games that I have to send them. Like as I stated, I have already received all of them for the entire territory. They are in my office. You asked that question. I hope nobody don't break into my office now. But
put on your cameras quick.
to be quite honest with you, Senator, we received them I think last week. Between doing the site visits and preparing testimony, I have not gotten a chance to send them to St. Croix yet. They needed to be tagged for us first because they are property of the government, so property and procurement had to come and tag them. They are tagged now. If not this week, first thing next week, we will have them on the boat to St. Croix. And then St. John will get theirs also.
Oh, now, Commissioner, I'm going to give you a lot of kudos here. I know you're a man on the job. I know you're someone that you can call out to and you're going to get an answer. But I'll let you know, again, a lot of blues. Because the talk is all the projects them that are completed is said to be on the island of St. Thomas. And we're going to always have these different issues and, you know, people want to see projects moving. So how would you answer that for me and keep me from getting all the blues?
And I'm glad you brought that up because I can explain that. All the projects that you see completed were projects that was $50,000 or less, which is considered a small project. Okay. Those projects I don't have to put out a bid. I don't have to go through the procurement process. All I have to do is get 3 quotes, give it to the lowest bidder. Ironically, St. Thomas had a lot of those small projects. St. Croix have large projects, and I'm talking about projects over $126,000, $1 million projects, which have to go through the procurement process. There's no way around that. So the reason that you see those small projects are already completed, Senator, is because, like I said, they were like $20,000 projects. The other projects on St. Croix that have work going on now are also small projects. Emile Henderson, Clock Tower, those were projects under $50,000, which are easier to get out to the public to hire contractors. That's the reason for that.
And in closing, what about the videos for the combine for the college scouts? for the island of St. Croix. I'll close with that.
Another great question. Reached out to MDM, who was the company that was hired to do that. They have been reaching out to parents. The feedback that I'm getting is parents are not being receptive. Out of everyone that they call, I think 5 responded. But if I can, because they asked me to give out over the airways, please, if you had a child that was in the combine, please contact MDM at 340-690-6636. You will need to submit a jump drive. Once they get that, they are going to be able to upload the information on it and give it back to you. But they have been reaching out to parents and are not getting responses.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this additional time there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Senator Javon James, Sr., you're recognized.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and good afternoon to my colleagues. I just want to ask, out of the $21 million from the Hurricane Disaster Recovery Funds for the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, how much has been expended thus far, and how much is available?
Out of the 21, you said?
Yes. And if you could correct me if
it's probably more than 21. Totally combined, I have about $31 million worth of projects. I will ask my financial director if she have that information.
So here it is. While you're looking for it, I'm gonna ask my next question, okay? And what I would like to know is, what is the status of the $435,000 that is obligated for project 70616, which is for the Bordeaux Park? What is the status of that project?
That project, Senator, in my testimony, I stated it's not obligated yet. That's one of the 2 projects out of the 51 that is not obligated. I recently signed off on the project, so I'm estimated it should be obligated soon. But that's one of the 2 that is not obligated.
The reason why I'm asking, I frequent the Bordeaux Park for different activities, and what I would like to know is what would actually be done with that $435,000. Not saying I'm pleased with the actual site of it, because it looks beautiful as is, but I just want you to explain to this committee what is going to actually be done with the $435,000. So
within that project, Senator, there's several projects lumped into that, and that's when I stated the disparity of why you're seeing some projects completed in St. Thomas and not St. Croix is because, like I said, there was a lot of small projects. I think Bordeaux project is one.
Commissioner, I just want to know what exactly will be done with the funds. I'm not asking about all of that.
Vincent Richards Park is included in there. Major Common Parks is included. It's going to be upgrading any hurricane damages that happened to those facilities. There was a fence that was knocked down when the hurricane came around the Polyjuice Stadium. We got funding for that. There's about 4 or 5 projects that lumped into that one Bordeaux project. It's going to be upgrades, nothing new, only hurricane damage.
I'm glad that you made mention of that, because what I have before me is the document that I received from your office on December 7, 2020, which speaks to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation FEMA projects. And I guess you would have to update it to reflect what you just made mention of, because it's kind of misleading if you said Bordeaux Park, but it includes the Major Common and the other stuff. So I'm just going based off of what I have here from your office. So that needs to be corrected. I know that there is $2 million, $2.5 million that is obligated for the Vincent Mason Senior Coral Resort. For those who don't know, Vincent Mason Sr. was an employee of the Department of Conservation and Cultural Affairs, and he died while on duty. And then they renamed the pool down there in Frederickstead after him in 1980. And it was known as a place in the past where individuals went there to learn to swim. And as I Google on the internet, I know that Miss Jamila Henry was working on some swimming programs, I think that was in 2019. Can you just give the people of the Virgin Islands, specifically St. Croix, an idea of what can we see with the Vincent Mason Pool as far as a structured swimming program for our youth on the island of St. Croix?
I'll defer to my Assistant Commissioner of St. Croix, who could tell you a little something about the swimming program and what the plans are once that pool is open. Ms. Hansen?
And with that answer, can you just be specific and straight to the point so I can ask more questions? Thank you.
Just to be straight to the point, Senator, we started off with our youth learning to swim program. We had some adults learning to swim program. We just plan to carry on the same programming as we began. We had about, I would say 35 participants before we had to shut down.
So my question to Commissioner White, I know you were the Assistant Commissioner under the past administration, but is there a blueprint of any past swimming programs that the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation goes by? Is there a concrete plan or structure?
There is a structure. Our lifeguards, we have one of our lead lifeguards, Miss Kai Ransom. She certifies a lot of the lifeguards throughout the territory. She has a playbook that she goes by. I do not have it. I'm not a lifeguard, but they do have a structured program.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Hansen. The reason why I'm asking that, because I'm looking for continuity. At some point, Commissioner White and Assistant Commissioner Hansen, you will no longer be in that position. And I want to make sure that as the years goes by, when all of us outgrow this institution and our jobs, that we have things put in place as far as a plan where individuals who come after us can be able to go based off as a guide. Because one thing I learned about these Senatarians, and based on the ribbon cutting ceremony that we had today, it took them 14 years to finish the Lorraine Fishing Market project. And I want to make sure moving forward that when we have individuals taking over government, that there is a form of continuity, there is a documentation put in place, and individuals are not going to their grave site with the information. So we need to structure these things, create plans, and document them. So when we have these conversations, we can hold you guys accountable based on the plans that are put in there. And as we budget money, we know for sure when we budget money for these programs, that it's going to a structural and an organized cause. Which leads me to my next question. What has become of the actual intent for the $4.1 million of federal funds for the Clinton Phipps Race Track Project 70425?
That fund is also on hold, as I stated in my testimony. The funds are there. Depending on what happens with this legal case, it will either be transferred to another project, or the governor of the Virgin Islands will instruct me to use it to put back what was there before. But that fund is obligated and they're waiting.
And Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, if I could just ask one more question.
Sure, you may.
During my tenure in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Commissioner White, you and I, we both had conversations, and you gave me a copy of a 5-year plan. And in our last meeting, I think it was in November of last year, I inquired about the status of that 5-year plan. What is the status of that? Have you completed it?
No, so the 5-year plan that you're talking about is the T-Corp that I mentioned. Senator, that is not a plan that you put together in a week, 2 weeks, or even a month. As a matter of fact, as I stated, we are applying for a planning grant that is going to give us access to $200,000 that is going to be able to hire a firm to assist us with writing this T-Corp. Now, put that into complex. The Department of Interior is giving us access to $200,000 just to write this planning, just to write this T-Corp. That shows you the magnitude of the information, the surveys, interviews, capital projects, a lot of things that we have to put within the next 5 years. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation does not have the resources to put that together. So we are applying for that grant. I'm confident that we are going to reach it. It's a step. But once we get the money, we will be getting the assistance to put that T Corp together, which is the 5-year plan that you're talking about.
Awesome, because you and I know that we both know this information, but the public need to hear this as well, so we're speaking to transparency. Because it bothered me when I was in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, like anytime we made mention of the Poly Joseph Stadium, the car track, and several other projects, some of my colleagues just say, they're building things and they don't even have a plan. And I want to be able to end that and to make sure that moving forward that we do have a plan and individuals are not just saying that we're erecting these structures and move along with projects and we don't have a plan. Because if we speak about sports tourism in the territory, the VI Sports Commission, I know these things take time. I know we're doing the cleanup of what the past administrations and institutions failed to do in the past. But at some point, we definitely need a concrete plan moving forward to make sure that we can hold you guys accountable to something, because there's nothing to hold you accountable to if there isn't any plan. So I just want to place that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
If I may expunge on that a little bit, Senator, if I may. Once we get access to the T Corp, or once it's approved, that's going to give us access to $4 million automatically. And then thereafter, every year, the department will receive $1.7 million for capital improvement projects for the department. So that's how important this T Corp is to us. Like I said, it's not a 10-page document. It's a plan for the next 5 years. We are going to get the professionals in to assist us with that, to make sure that, it's done the right way, so that we can tap into this money. To add to continuity of our swimming program, I'll just give you a little story to show you that we believe in our Learn to Swim program. There's a young man by the name of Dante Morgan who went through the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation swim program. After he completed that, he became a counselor at the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. Last week, we hired that young man as one of our lifeguards in St. Thomas. So I think the program is working, and it shows that we will continue, because we want the people that we are training to then be able to come to the department and then give back and help.
Thank you, Senator James Sr., and thank you, Commissioner, for expounding on that. I would like to recognize with us Senator Genevieve Whitaker has joined us. Thank you, Senator, for being with us. She's a non-committee member, and she has joined us this afternoon. Next, we'll have over on the District of St. Thomas, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner White, quickly, while we were on the discussion of T Corp, I'm trying to understand. It says that on line 164, the most recent T Corp expired in 2019. When did you become aware that it expired?
2019.
At the same time. So this $200,000 plus that you're going to get to write this grant, this is a current one that's going to be upcoming, and the one you were under previously is the one that expired, or you did not participate prior to?
Yeah, the one in 2019 has expired. I was not involved in the planning of that.
Okay.
As I stated, it's a long process, Senator. We don't have the resources to write a grant like that. So we are going to go out to get monies. Okay, all right.
And I am hoping that you are successful in getting this $200,000 plus in order to get the necessary monies. I want to ask a little bit on line 83 of your testimony. You spoke about unobligated funds in regards to 2 locations. Could you expound a little bit more on that in case I missed it?
Sure. A project becomes obligated after you go through the FEMA process, and then that money is now available. As I stated, I have 51 projects. Of those 51, 49 are obligated, which means I have the funding to move forward to now get the scopes, get them out to bids, and get contractors. Bodo Park, like I stated, would probably be obligated within a week or 2. The Masak building, which is the other one that's not obligated, I am basically in a dogfight with FEMA right now because they deemed that that property had damages before the hurricane and did not agree that we should be awarded. I appealed that decision and I'm going forward to try to fight to get monies for that.
Well, I am definitely hoping you are successful in getting those funds. On line 81, on line 80 of your testimony, you have the department has plans to help 2 amateur athletic unions. In regards to the basketball team, St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John districts, where exactly do you intend to look to get those funding from?
They'll be coming from the department. We have one of the things that the department do have, Senator, is funding for programs. I when it comes to program, I'm very confident that we could carry out, different ideas and stuff for those programs. We get 500,000 from the Department of Tourism, their revolving fund for programs. So we have money for programs. We are going to be funding that from our budget.
Okay, as it relates, how can, say for example, this 500,000 that you do have available, say you have organizations and nonprofits, how do they apply, or does it just take your department to make those decisions?
No, a lot of different sporting organizations would go to different entities. They'll come to DSPR, they'll go to Latry, they go to, it's simple as writing a proposal, sending it into the department with a budget, kind of explaining what you're trying to do, where you're planning to go, what your budget consists of. And then the department will decide if we can fund some of it, if we can fund all of it, or we don't think it's a program that deems sponsorship. But it's as simple as sending a proposal to myself, asking request for funds.
Okay. Well, one of the things that is consistently talked about is, making sure that we have activities and programs for our young people. But because of COVID-19, there had to have been a shift in how some of these programs are executed. What has the department done in order to assist with this, or even do things a little bit differently because our children cannot be exposed or even outdoors as much as they previously were?
Well, I think the first thing the staff did was get educated, first on COVID-19. We went through several trainings as it entails to COVID-19. We have been on several calls with the CDC in specific talking about sports. You'll get some rift there because you'll have the sports-minded people thinking that we could do more, and the health people wanted to be a little more conservative. But I think, the knowledge and education was the first thing that we did. We then looked at different activities that don't require us to be, in contact with people. Summertime, we had a lot of virtual programs. We had virtual art classes, virtual basketball, volleyball classes. But I think with outside starting to open back up a lot more, we can now bring people back to the facilities and still control that contact with just practice and social distancing.
Well, how has your relationship been with the health department? Because even speaking to some of the previous testifiers and other agencies, a lot of things that they need to do is contingent on the decision of the health department. How are you guys working cohesively hand in hand to bring some of these things about?
Yeah, I am in constant communication with the Department of Health. You rarely, or not rarely, you would not see any program or activity administered by the department unless we get that approval from the Department of Health. We just did the movie Drive-In. They were very supportive in that. But like I said, we are getting ready to roll out a lot more activities that we're going to be sending for health for approval. The staff is confident that we can administer them safe. So I look forward to favorable approvals and continue to collaborate and work with Department of Health.
I know, for example, the drive-in that you're speaking about, and when I was reading a little bit about it, you said on that particular decision to do that, you're
Time.
going to lose. Mr. Chair, can I have a few more moments?
You may continue and finish it.
Thank you. What I'm trying to find out, I know it was reported that you did share, that it was shared that you're going to lose monies doing that particular drive-in. Where are these fundings coming from? And do you have a board? Do you have a group of you that decide what projects is going to be best to utilize these funds to impact as many people as possible?
Yeah, thank you for that, Senator. So the department have an athletic fund that we use for programs. To be honest with you, Senator, our focus right now, although the department would like to bring in revenue, is really not making money. You know, I knew off the bat we was going to lose, but we wanted to be able to give some type of outlet to the community. The bubble in a combine, that was a service we provided free to our athletes. We didn't make a dime off of that, but we spent easily over $30,000. But the good thing about that, like I stated in my testimony, we had 4 individuals that received athletic scholarships. So was it worth it? 100% it was worth spending the money to give these athletes an outlet. We will continue doing programs and not looking for anything in return as long as we're giving that service to the community.
Okay. Well, my time has been called. What I would like to say in closing
Senator,
is that yes.
Yeah, I just want to let you and my colleagues know we would have a second round, so you would have opportunity to ask some more questions.
Okay. Oh, so we do have a second chance. Thank you. Well, I will hold my closing statements since we have another round. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we have 2 colleagues here that have to travel back to St. Thomas, so I would like to get their questions in. I have a few questions myself, but let's have Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Joseph, before you continue, I just want to acknowledge that we have Senate President, a non-committee member, Senator Donna Fred Gregory over in St. Thomas. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to all of our colleagues here and who are listening in. Department of Sports and Recreation Commissioner, the Honorable Calvert White, members of your team, and if I can be so liberal and saying that your A-team based on your testimony, the viewing audience and listening audience as well. I wanted to just say kudos to you and your team. You have done a tremendous job in assuring that many of the projects that you have deemed worthy of the FEMA funding, based on your assessment, have been obligated. 49 out of 51, so that's a very great score for you. So kudos, and you should be commended for doing this yeoman job. I do have a couple of questions for you relative to your testimony. And I want to also thank you for being a very great host, you and your team, during the tours last week, Thursday, in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Let's look at page page 6, line 104 of your testimony. And you mentioned, which I thought I wanted to really give you some kudos there for providing ADA accessibility to our disabled population. But I noted that these access mats and buoyant beach wheelchairs are available in Magens Bay. Is that the only beach?
No, Senator. We intend to place access mats at another location on St. Thomas, which is Cookie Beach. We're still trying to determine where in St. John we will place one. And then 2 locations on St. Croix. We know for sure Kramer's Park is going to be one. The second location that we was looking at was Fort Frederick. after accessing that beach with how rocky the terrain is there, we're thinking that we're going to focus and put all our ADA access into upgrading the pool to where there's a lift for individuals confined to a wheelchair to be able to go into the pool.
Okay, thank you. And how many of these access mats and buoyant beach chairs, wheelchairs, do you have in your inventory?
We have a total of 5 in inventory right now.
And these have been already distributed to various sites, correct?
Only one of them have been installed. The others need additional structures, the launching pad, which is where the individual would transfer from the wheelchair into the buoyant. There's some additional things that we want to do, handicap parking. But there's some, we got to make it complete ADA compliant before we put them down.
What is your time frame to get this completed, Commissioner? Because I know you're a man of time and of action. So I know you already have some time frames already in place. What is your timeline?
So Senator Payne, which is the assistant chair of this committee, he have a bill that was supposed to give the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation some additional funds that was going to allow us to do these things, handicap parking, the transfer stations. I think that bill was successfully passed. I don't know if it's an act yet, but we have not received that funding. As we receive it, then we can move forward as far as trying to put in the amenities at those facilities. Magens Bay already had the handicap parking, they had a transfer station, so it was easy to roll out that mat. The other facilities don't have it and will need to be installed.
Thank you so much. So that's a follow-up with the executive branch which you work for relative to being able to identify those funding, because that would have been a bill that was passed in the 33rd legislature. Moving on, you mentioned about Cookie Point Beach being one of the places that these access mats will be placed and buoyant beach wheelchairs will be placed. Is Cookie Point Beach part of your inventory and underneath your purview?
It is, Senator.
Kindly indicate if you have plans or you have the intention of placing a lifeguard on that beach.
Senator, we currently have 2 lifeguards on that beach.
Okay.
The lifeguards have been on duty now for 2 weeks. As I stated, one of those lifeguards came through our very own swim program. So we're very proud of that. But currently we have 2 lifeguards at that beach and are currently looking to hire 2 more.
And where will you place those additional lifeguards? Where are you strategically looking to place those additional lifeguards? Are they going to be in the St. Thomas district, or are they going to be in the St. Croix district, or are they going to be on St. John?
So I don't really have an issue. I don't have an issue with lifeguards in St. Croix. I think I have about 7 or 8 lifeguards currently on staff in the St. Croix district. As I stated, for the last 4 or 5 years, we didn't have any lifeguards in St. Thomas. On any given day that you go to Cookie Beach, you will see hundreds and hundreds of patrons out there.
Exactly.
I actually had some lifeguards come over from St. Croix to train my St. Thomas lifeguards.
30 seconds.
They stated that 2 lifeguards on that beach is not enough.
Okay.
So currently, I think
I got your point. My time is running. Commissioner, please bear with me, and because we do have a flight. I was a bit unclear, and you can clear it up for me. This table that you have here on page 8 of your testimony, I needed to understand, you have on the right-hand column the balance. Mr. Chairman, may I?
You may.
And I'm making sure that
Sure.
I give my good St. Thomas, St. John District members some time, because we got to catch a flight back
Yes,
to St.
please.
Thomas. Okay,
Thank you.
so just quickly and be succinct, Commissioner, the balance on the right-hand column, you have a balance for all of these projects. Kindly indicate what a source of fund, you have the source of fund, but I need to know what the beginning amount was that you received from these sources of fund, because it has a balance, and if you have a balance, you should have had some monies to begin with. So what was the original amount of money that was allotted for these projects, line item? Or if you could provide it to the chairman, that would be easier, and we wouldn't have to eat up so much of the time, and that would allow my good colleague to my left to be able to make a presentation. So on second thought, through the chair, can I request what the original amount received, and also if there were any timelines to expend or deadline to expend that be provided to you as well, Mr. Chairman.
Very well.
That concludes my questioning. I just wanted to make sure I allow my good senator to my left to have some time. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and again, the Honorable Commissioner White, awesome job. Thank you so much, and thank you for your A-team. Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you to my colleague to the right for consideration. Thank you. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, thank you to your team. You have an awesome team. You have an awesome job to do. Have you gotten any more new employees since 2019 to now to assist with some of the endeavors?
Yeah, I'll let my human resources manager, Ms. Relena Pell, give you that information.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon, Relena Pell, Human Resources Manager. Yes, we hired some groundskeepers. Like Commissioner White said, we did hire some lifeguards. We hired more custodians. Of course, we still need a lot more, especially on the island of St. Croix. Currently, I have advertising a general maintenance worker as well.
Okay, so the sports parks and recreation need employees. They have jobs to put out to the public. Okay, Commissioner, I have your testimony that you gave September 27, 2019. I'm just reviewing that today, where it said the department had a total of 61 FEMA projects in 2019.
61? That might be a typo. It should have been 51.
In 2019, or not 2021. It said 61. Oh, so you're saying it's a typo? It was 51 the whole time?
It might have been a typo. We have a total of 51 projects.
Okay, so how many projects? Okay, so estimated 28 on St. Croix, 26 St. Thomas, 4 St. John, and 3 Ward Island. Is that still how it's broken down now?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, okay. Senator. What happened, and I probably know where that 61 come from. As I stated, there were several projects that was lumped into one project to make it a large project. That happened to several of the projects on St. Croix. What happens is when you have a project over $126,000, there's additional cost that you get that is factored into the amount of money that you're giving. So some of those projects, it might have been 61, and when they was lumped in together, that brought it down to 51.
Okay, good. Emile Griffith Park, when is that due to be completed, seating and everything?
There's 90% completed of the A&E. That should be going to Public Works for review. Once they approve of the design and the scope, it will go up to Property and Procurement to go out for bidders to bid on. That is one of the priorities in the St. Thomas district.
Okay, you have the funding for that?
That project was obligated, I think, $1.4 million for Emile Griffith Park. After our cost share, it comes down to
okay, so the share was covered.
Yeah, actually it's 1.4. After we're getting 1.4 for Emile Griffith Park.
Okay, and the 4.1 million that they had for the Clinton Phipps horse track, it came under the 428 project where you could appropriate those monies for other areas. Has that $4.1 million been allocated for other projects fully?
No, so and that 4.1 is probably not accurate. I think on St. Thomas is probably 3.4, 3.3, something like that, and on St. Croix it might be 3.6, 3.7. But we have not reallocated that money. Those funding are still there for those projects. Again, just let's say the deal does not fall through with VIGL and the governor decides, listen, the government of the Virgin Islands is going to then go back and put what was there before. That money is there to put back some type of infrastructure for boat tracks.
Okay, so it was 3.7 million for Vincent Mason Pool and 4.1 for Clinton Phipps. Is the 3.7 million for Vincent Mason Pool still there? Or has that been fully used?
Yes, Senator, that is there. Vincent Mason is actually 2.5 million, but Vincent Mason is a standard lane project, which means, let's say when we get in there, we start doing the work, it comes up more than the 2.5. FEMA would then cover that cost. We would go back to them and let them know, and they would cover that cost.
Okay, good. How is the project at the beaches for the disabled persons? How is that project actually working? Is it smoothly working now, or are we still working out kinks?
Yeah, I haven't heard any complaints about the one that was placed on Megan's Bay. I passed by the beach the other day and it's still there. As I stated to the previous senator, as we get access to the fund that the 33rd passed for the additional funding for ramps, ADA compliance with parking, tables, then we could then go to these other facilities and then start to install those stuff so we could place the additional mats down.
Okay, and the facilities, the basketball courts or I guess the handball courts, provide a lighting source in the evening for and some of these facilities. There was an issue with obtaining the bulbs, the 1,500 watt bulb and a 1,000 watt bulb for the basketball courts. Were they totally purchased? You had $20,000 and the great Tim Duncan donated an extra $10,000.
1 minute.
What is the status on those?
Yeah, so I have all of that inventory in storage, Senator. As I stated, at some point, we are going to move away from those high-pressure sodium lights. In the next 5 years, I probably am not going to be able to get parts for those high-pressure sodium. So it just makes sense now that we're looking to move into the LED lights. Everybody is moving into LED lights.
30 seconds.
A lot of the companies are not going to even sell you the parts because they are not making the parts anymore. We will have to make a decision because I'm sure we're going to have a considerable balance of bulbs in stock of what we're going to do with that. In hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have purchased so much, but I have no doubt that we'll be able to find somewhere for those bulbs to find a home.
Okay, good. I have two final questions. Time was up, if I may, Mr.
Time.
Chair. Okay. Yes, two final questions. One, the 4 benches that I donated to the Vessel Beach on St. Thomas, I haven't had a chance to check. Were you able to secure those benches down to the ground by stakes or anything?
Yeah, the benches are still there, and I want to thank you personally for that. I think Vessel Beach is one of the beaches people are starting to frequently more again. Once we get this T Corp, we were talking about considerable amount of money. Hopefully, we can put some type of infrastructure out there, whether it's a concession booth or restroom facilities. But I think once we tap into that T Corp fund, we're going to be able to do some significant stuff to our facilities, our playgrounds. All of them are old. A lot of them are deplorable. We'll be able to enhance and change those. There's been talks about putting covering over some of the basketball courts. Those are things that we could do with the money. There's talks now about bike lanes. I'm really excited about getting that funding because, like I said, this is additional money that I call it free money that we're going to be able to get every year if we can tap into that T-Corp.
Okay, and finally, you have done, were able to do a lot with public-private partnerships. You still have those private organizations and who assist you with accomplishing some of your tasks. I don't recall if you mentioned them in your testimony. So if you could take the time, final time, and just name some of them and give that gratitude to them too. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator, we'll be here for hours if I name all. I'm sure I'm going to miss some. But, this department is blessed that we have individuals in the private sector, nonprofits, that is always willing to assist somehow, whether it's monetary or in kind. You just saw at Frenchtown the other day, we had a baseball team that donated a tiller to the department. We had people donate scoreboards on St. Croix. Just got a call from a gentleman, Mr. Christian in Frederick yesterday, who wants to adopt the Yvonne Richards Park. There's a lot, like I said, too many to name right now, but I do want to say that, I'm grateful and I thank all of those nonprofits that generally want to help this department see our success. And a lot of the times it's for the children that they're doing that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I just want to follow up on a question that Senator DeGraff made. I think he was asking what's the number of new employees since 2019. I think it was Ms. Pell mentioned some in some areas, but what's the number of new employees that you guys have acquired or hired, I should say?
Ms. Pell, you have the total number of employees hired since 2019?
Senator, I do not have that response right now, but I'll get it to you shortly.
Please do. Also, Commissioner, are you at the table when it comes to the Department of Health or the task force that deals with COVID?
The last executive order, I did give some suggestions. I will be honest, and like I said, I have a great relation with the Department of Health. I think going forward with the new executive order, somebody from the department or somebody with an athletic inclination needs to be there, kind of to give some guidance and experience of how certain sports can operate during the pandemic.
But let me ask you, Commissioner, are you officially part of a task force that deals with COVID-19, though?
I am not.
You're not? Okay. We heard testimony here on another committee that you were part of that task force providing insight and information in regards to the area of sports. And I think it's important that you're part of, that you're at the table with regards to that, so that you could give your input in regards to sports and decisions moving forward. So that's an important part. We'll be reaching out also and making that recommendation. Senator Whitaker, you are recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, and good afternoon to all the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to you, Commissioner White, and thank you for your testimony. Commissioner White, I'm going to start off just some basic details. It's always important for just to highlight the main items. What position do you hold on the Horse Racing Commission?
I am the ex officio.
Ex officio,
so
correct.
by virtue of my position, I'm on that board.
Great. That's
on the commission.
And the Sports Commission?
Senator Whitaker, can you speak into the mic?
And the Sports Commission?
I am also the ex officio on the Sports Commission by virtue of my position.
Okay. Just in terms of the Sports Commission meeting, how often does the commission meet? And when is perhaps your next meeting date?
I think every 2 weeks, the Sports Commission meets frequently. Like I said, the chair, he has a good handle and grasp on what's going on. I think every 2 weeks, so twice a month that the Sports Commission meets.
And who is the current chairperson?
Mr. Leon Hunt.
Okay. And meetings are sent out pursuant to Sunshine Law 5 days before, and members of the public can participate. Are these meetings in person, or via Teams, Zoom? How are persons from the public able to participate?
Yeah, so both commissions are open to the public. They're sent out via the media.
What about
Anyone that
social
wants to
media?
attend.
What about the Facebook page for the department?
We do not send out that meeting on the Facebook page. Let me clarify, Senator, I am not the chair. The chair and the secretaries who send out those meetings and invitations. But I will suggest to the secretary that she can use our Facebook as a medium to get those out also.
Yes, I believe in that collaboration. It's really important and key. And I want to thank you because my office did reach out and we will be part of those meetings. And I want to thank you for that. And we did have our informal meeting. On the topic of the Horse Racing Commission, though, I wanted just to get on the point of the live racing. As you, as a commission member, do you have any insight? Because as we look at, those of us who follow horse racing and the like, we do see persons in the stand following social distancing, football, or different games are happening. Just in terms of us as we move beyond the topic on the issue and get us into finally having our races and everything that goes with it. What plans has the board made once we begin live racing within the CDC guidelines? So do you have a document? Good example, I've searched the country and there are a number of different policies that different racetracks have put out. Just one pager, just telling all the guidelines for, and do you have that kind of documentation as you guys move forward with horse racing and even all games in general?
Yeah, so we have not discussed once racing start. To be honest with you, Senator, we want to get to that point first where we can actually have racing.
Well, I mean, everything, not just the horse racing, everything, all the sports that we're going to have to the territory. How involved are you with working with Commissioner Encarnacion in the element of putting out information and guidelines for public participation, physical participation in those sports?
Yeah, I think my team did a wonderful job of creating the guidelines that are going to be administered at our facilities. I'm sure within the next week or two, we plan to contact all the coaches or individuals that plan to use these facilities, go over these guidelines and make sure that they're aware of what we're asking of them. That document is already been created, and I got to thank my assistant commissioners and my district administrators for that. We already have that documentation. It's now to get it out to the public. We will be doing that via our Facebook page so that they know what the rules and regulation is. To add to that, Senator, we just secured some $200,000 within the CARES Act to get some additional equipment that is going to help the department at our facilities. The facial temperature scans, sanitation equipment. That stuff was already placed with property and procurement, waiting for that to be approved so that we can receive those items. But until then, I still think my team and myself can administer a safe environment. We do have the handheld.
Well, let me hold you there because my time is a little short. I'm going to cut you off. Very good information. I appreciate your depth. This to the chairman, just for my perspective, I like documentation. Through the chair, if you can at least, for the documents that are in the final form, through the chair, to really see that documentation. That's important. Yeah.
Whitaker, you're referring to the policies?
Yeah, the policies and procedures. He's indicating that they've been working on a series of policies and information and guidelines to get out to the public. I would like to see that. The other item was FEMA. FEMA, wow, we continue to hear the stories from department to department. Our role as senators is to, the only way
Once again, Senator, please speak into the mic. They're having problems hearing you. Thank you.
The issue that we hear from department to department concerns the FEMA issues. And as a commissioner, if you could, what would be most helpful, at least to myself, to assist you and work with my colleagues, is if we can really know from project to project what the issues are. I would like names to those issues, who you're dealing with in FEMA. We as senators are engaging with FEMA to address those issues, but the only way we can help you is when you get into those bottlenecks where you've done everything you can for us to, at least with this committee's jurisdiction, to assist in that regard. Beach access, Commissioner, a member of my staff, he's legally blind, and part of his role, he's been coordinating with the ADA coordinator. I've met with the ADA coordinator, and one of the items is the beach access mats. Very commendable, Commissioner, as you coordinate that effort. I saw the Ribbon Covenant and so on in St. Thomas. but there's a plan for Kramer's Park.
30 seconds.
As you may or may, well, I know you know St. Croix quite well. It's hard for anybody who has challenges with transportation to get out of Kramer's Park. So as we've engaged ADA coordinator, Mr. Henley, hopefully it'll be either that, maybe working with, maybe working with Public Works to see if they can get persons out there, or just selecting another beach location. And finally, on the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, I did have a chance and opportunity to meet with Mr. Arthur Hector. A very fruitful meeting as he gave me the update. Chairman, if I would.
Yes, you may.
Yes, thank you. I had a meeting with Mr. Arthur Hector, and he basically updated me. I went out there physically with my team on the status of the racetrack. How are you? I mean, I know you have over the year, just in your position, have provided support as best as you can. That property, just for the public to be aware, is actually owned by the Port Authority. So Commissioner White, how have you worked on, does the governor have you assigned to that project? As I understand, it's about $600,000 that's left, needed to basically get the racetrack where it needs to be so it can start races.
Yeah, like I stated, I have a great relationship with Mr. Hector. A lot of what the department have done have been more in kind, helping him with the grass out there. He needed some poles removed from WAPA. I was able to make the connection and call WAPA. They was able to come out and assist us. VI Paving is assisting with the lights, VIGL and VI Paving. But the property is going to be turned over. Like I said, it is under the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. Horse racing, car racing is a sport. They have a junior drag racing component within their association. And I've already talked to Mr. Hector and told him that I'm very, very interested in seeing how the department can assist with that junior drag racing program.
Yeah, and I just want to again commend you, and just that demonstrates how how a department can step in. But at the same time, I will state that when we have a department that is responsible, because when you said you stepped in for the grass cutting, Port Authorities, it's on Port Authority's property, so that what's going on with that maintenance, and you hear the same stories about maintenance issues. Thank you again, Commissioner, for your statements. And I just wanted to conclude, Chairman, is that as we move forward, what's again going to be really important for us with the FEMA issues and the crisis we're under, just be open with us so we can help you through the process, so that we can see a lot of, of course, as we know, recreation is tied to our youth development, and certainly as a chairwoman of Education Committee, I'm really in support of us shifting and moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. And just so my colleagues, just to make you guys aware, we will most likely be bringing this matter of recovery dollars for SPR facilities to the Committee of Disaster and Recovery and Infrastructure. I have sent a letter. We'll be turning it into Committee Chair, Senator Saru, so that we can thoroughly be able to talk about these projects and their status and see how we can assist the department in moving these projects forward. Thank you very much. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues on the Big Island of St. Croix, and then good afternoon to the testifiers. And as I sat here and I listened to the testimony, and I've seen the work of Mr. Calvert-White, I'm echoing. Can we turn off either one of the, please? Thank you. As I sat and I listened to the testimony, and I look back at the testimony of November of last year of Commissioner White, I must say that there are times when I reflect on individuals who I've supported and voted for as they come before the Senate for nomination to the various positions of commissionership here in the territory. And there are a few that I'm proud of that I said yes to. And I must say today that Commissioner White, you're one of them. So congratulations on the work that you and your A-team continue to do. Your work speaks volumes, and I know there's a lot more work to do, and I know that, of course, the COVID-19 situation has slowed you up, And of course, the situation that we had with the 2017 storms did not help your situation either. But there is where there are challenges, there are always opportunities. So you are now in a position where you can fix, I want to say all of your parks here in the territory because of the funding that you're receiving from FEMA and HUD as well. So I hope that you utilize that funding to really ensure that at the end of the day, we will be proud of the parks that we have here in the Virgin Islands. And then it's our responsibility as legislators to support you, to support the department in ensuring that those parks are in fact properly maintained via the appropriate funding. Okay? So I want to thank you and your team. But let me just ask you very quickly, Commissioner, let's talk about this sports tourism plan. You know, in the several legislatures, but in the 33rd legislature in particular, since I've sat as a senator, this legislature has appropriated additional funding to support the Paulie Joseph Stadium. And I know that the governor has said to us that he needs some additional funding to make sure that this project gets completed. And I'm a firm believer that this project needs to be completed. We've already put millions of dollars into it, and we need to see it to fruition. But my question for you is, as the Commissioner of Tourism, what's the status of the sports tourism plan? And I ask because a year and a half ago, a year and a half, because it was prior to COVID, we had a discussion with the governor around, yes, we have no issue with putting the funding in there, but Senator Saru and myself in particular, we asked about, so how are we marketing what we're doing as it relates to the Paulie Joseph Stadium? So is there a plan in place? Are we working on a plan? What's the status of that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yeah, I remember the hearing very well. I think after we talked about sports tourism and how do we market Paulie Joseph Stadium, I had conversations with WTJX, and we noted that there wasn't really in place the infrastructure for the video coverage of that facility. We did go back and we were able to get it in there to where now anything that happens at Paulie Joseph Stadium, WTJX just received a new satellite truck, will be able to now be carried out to the mainland. So we wanted to make sure that that was in place there. Senator, when it comes to sports tourism, I am a very, very avid person in support of that. You're aware that we brought the soccer team, DC United, there. People are going to come to the territory. That's a no-brainer.
No, I'm not. Wait, hold up a second. Okay. Hold a second, Commissioner. I am trying to establish whether or not the territory through your office is in fact working on a sports tourism plan. I understand all of the, what is that objective? What are the strategies? Do you have something that you're earnestly working towards? Yes.
The short answer to that is the Sports Commission is working on the policy for sports tourism. There is a subcommittee specifically for sports tourism. Myself is on there. Commissioner Joe Boshelty from Tourism is on there. And there's several other committee members on there. So there is a committee.
So y'all are meeting, and this is something that you're earnestly working towards. That's what I wanted to hear. That's an affirmative, right?
As early as last week, Senator.
Great, good news. That's why I said what I said earlier. Okay, also let me ask you. So I note that you had some $738,000 in some CIP dollars from the Department of Interior, if I'm not mistaken. And with all of the funding that has been approved for your for the parks here in the territory, have you used that money already, or do you still need to utilize those funds?
No, so those funds are going to be utilized for resurfacing. It's available. It's available. Those funds are what we're using to resurface the basketball courts. We just had the pre-bid meeting for St. Thomas 2 weeks ago. The pre-bid meeting for St. Croix was held Monday. Within the next couple of weeks,
so basically the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes, my time is running. So basically the answer is yes. You are
1 minute
in need of the funding, and you're utilizing the funding as we speak, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Now, you talked about combining a bubble, that combining a bubbly initiative, and I must say that that was an excellent initiative. And I heard you earlier when one of my colleagues asked, they asked you about the status and how effective it was, et cetera. And you talked about some scholarships that were garnered as a result of the combining a bubble. Are we extending that to this school year?
30 seconds.
Repeat
Can you
your
hear me?
last thing, Senator.
Yeah, I was asking if you're extending the combining a bubble initiative to this new school year.
So part of the bubble being able to work, we was able to get University of the Virgin Islands where we're able to isolate the students. Because UVI have now called back students and they're in session, we don't have access to those dormitories anymore. If the Commissioner of Health or the Department of Health CDC deems that we can now administer those same services outside of the bubble, yes, we will be interested in continuing those.
Okay, so I have one last question, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may.
Okay, so you talked about 6 vacancies in your testimony, but you were not specific to what the vacancies are and actually whether the vacancies are, whether you've identified persons to fill those positions. So I'm trying to get specifics around the vacancies and whether or not you're in the process of actually bringing folks on. You've identified individuals to fill those positions.
I'll let Ms. Relina Pell, my Human Services Manager, answer that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, I do have 1 groundskeeper, 1 automotive mechanic, 2 lifeguards, and 1 recreation leader starting on Monday, March 1st. They're scheduled to begin. I do have 2 groundskeepers that was just offered positions on the St. Thomas St. John district. So it's in the process to their NOPA. And I also have pending 2 more lifeguard instructors and a general maintenance that's currently running. And I recently got sent out a PRF for a receptionist collector, which I have not received back from OMB as yet.
Could you repeat that last one that you said? We couldn't hear you.
Receptionist
sent
collector.
out a PRF for what?
Sent for approval.
You're breaking up.
It was sent for approval.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to close, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you, but before I close, I wish to share with Commissioner White that I am still looking forward to having the discussion with him around the VI Olympic Committee, around the structure that they're proposing to have to put here in the St. Thomas, St. John district, as well as the matter around the Cricket Association. I think those are 2 very critical matters that we need to discuss and we need to get moving here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. So I'm looking forward to meeting with you so we could finalize those 2 matters and make some determination as to exactly where they're going to go and how we're going to make this work for the people of this district that I have been voted on to serve and represent. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to Commissioner White for all that you do, as well as your team.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for sharing and your questions. Let me ask you with regards to, I know Senator DeGraff was asking, I think it was DeGraff or Senator Johnson, regards to the projects that have been completed on St. Thomas versus St. Croix. And you mentioned that some of the projects on St. Thomas were smaller projects, under 50,000. Do you have the amount of how many projects do you have territorially that are under 50,000? And a breakdown for each district?
I do. Give me a second because I have a chart here. So Smith Bay Tiny Tot Parks. So without going through it, when I look at what was completed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9 projects were under $50,000. The two that was under $50,000 in St. Croix, as I stated, work is being done as we speak. That contract was already signed. Notice to proceed was already went out. But all the projects that we are working on now are the large projects that had to go through a more stringent red tape before we could move forward.
Do you have a time frame when these projects will be finished? The two that have started on St. Croix.
I could look at when the notice to proceed was, and I think the contractor had either 90 or 120 days to complete.
Yeah, and if anybody from your team could assist, that's fine, because I see they're kind of quiet there. So, if you need their assistance, they could pitch in. So you were saying?
I was saying, Senator, I would have to look at the notice to proceed and see when those contracts was allowed, if it was 90 days or 120 days. I'm glad that you said the team is quiet. They are not quiet. A lot of these projects required, some type of engineering knowledge or construction background. My team is not really handling the FEMA projects. I know Assistant Commissioner Hanson and Mr. Roberts is involved. And that's why I'm so proud that we have 48 or 49 of those projects, because we don't have engineers like a lot of the bigger departments. We don't have project managers. A lot of this stuff is being done in-house. I've asked these individuals to do more than they're required to, and they've stepped up to the plate. I do have that information, and if I can, I will submit it to your office.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I must commend you and your team, because I know it's not an easy task that you guys have on hand, and to be able to have 49 of the 51 obligated, I think that's commendable, and it speaks about the work that your team has been doing. So kudos to you and your quiet team. They're quiet here, but I know they're working bees behind the scene. We had the opportunity to be able to travel to and tour many of the facilities and the parks, like I said at the beginning, on St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix. And I must say that even though we know that many of our facilities are need repair, or suffer damages due to Hurricane Irma and Maria. And it's no secret also that many of our facilities are old and really, need to be restored. But I must say that I saw and many of them how your team have worked very hard diligently to be able to ensure that at least they are available to be able to use to a certain degree. And I know there were some programs that were in place last year for 2020 that unfortunately because of COVID stopped. So let's speak a little bit about programs, but let me ask, Madam Clerk, please put me on the time for 7 minutes, and then we'll go into our second round once I'm finished. Let's talk about the programs, because I know last year there were some programs and they were stopped because of COVID. What projections do you have this year? How many young people are you all expecting to get involved in the programs that you have in place, and what are these programs?
So I'll defer and ask Mr. Thomas to talk about the St. Thomas District as far as programs going forward, and then Ms. Jamila Henry to talk about the programs on St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion, Kirk Thomas, District Administrator, St. Thomas St. John. As far as numbers, the intention is really to try to capitalize on what the COVID has done. First and foremost, the rec staff on St. Thomas, the intent is to actually not just train as far as drills and put a ball or basketball or baseball back in the hand of a child, but we actually have to get the fitness program up and running before anything else. The numbers that I foresee as far as the clinics and drills, we have over 100 to 250 youth as far that partake in the baseball program. And then right now, the softball program was picking up, and went, it was a blast. The Savard program actually shoot off on the island of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. So that program in itself increased. So I say that's another 100 young ladies we most likely would expect to see. With the coming on of the 2 lifeguards on the island of St. Thomas, as we give them time to wet their feet with the help of Carrion and Mr. Balado from the island of St. Croix, as far as our lifeguards. We already spoke about, the Learn to Swim program here on the island of St. Thomas. That was part of the initial interview that we did here in St. Thomas with one of the lifeguards.
So let me ask you, what programs are we expecting to see? Maybe next week, or do you have any programs currently now?
Well, right now we're completing. We somewhat completed the guidelines that's forwarded to the commissioner.
Okay.
Once those guidelines are put in place, and like the commissioner said, we intend to meet with the organization.
My second question to you is: by when are you expecting to have those guidelines complete?
Going after the commissioner's statement, I was saying it in 2 weeks. I would say more or less a 2-week window. As far as completion, it's already been vetted by the assistant commissioner now, and we should have it. The commissioner should be finalizing that, and he can speak upon that.
So let me expand on that a little bit, Senator. Those guidelines have already been vetted by the Department of Health and on paper.
Okay.
The first thing that we need to do is make sure that all of our employees know what these guidelines are. We can't expect them to administer it to the public if they don't know what the guidelines are. So the first thing is our employees need to come familiar with what we are going to be doing when people come to the facility. After that, then we will get this information now to the coaches and the people that are going to be using the facilities.
So let me ask you, Commissioner, what's the date that you have in place for training or workshop to ensure that your employees are aware of the new guidelines?
I think as soon as next week, that'll be going out to the employees. I just signed off on the guidelines this week. Next week, we'll get the training, and it'll probably be a day or two. We like to do simulations within this department, have a real life simulation, so that when people come, it's not something surprising, and then to the public the following week. So I think the 2 weeks is accurate. Okay, yeah, and I'm asking you for a timeline because, we have many parents that are anxious to see their children out of the house and engage in some sort of sports or activities or programs. So I want to make sure that they are aware what the time frame is and that the department is really working to ensure that their children will be safe once they are out at the parks or the activities or programs you guys will have in place. So thank you for that. So within a 2 weeks' time. Correct? I think I lost you a little bit, but absolutely, safety is our number one priority.
And what type of programs then? I know I heard I think baseball and volleyball. So what type of clinics and programs we will be seeing?
So you're going to see a lot of the Little League contingent coming back out to the baseball fields. Keep in mind, Senator, a lot of these children have not picked up a ball in 10 months. So we're not just going to throw them on the field and ask them to start playing.
Gotcha.
We're not allowed to play anyway. It's going to be a lot of conditioning, a lot of drills, a lot of individual training because it's safer with COVID-19 to do that. So you're more going to see a lot of teaching more than actual play.
And if any, for those that are listening and viewing and they want their children to get involved, how can they do it? Where they have to call?
Absolutely.
1 minute.
The first call should be made to the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation for any activity that's going to be held in our facilities in the St. Croix district. That is 773-0160. Either ask for my Assistant Commissioner, Renee Hansen, or District Administrator Jamila Henry. In the St. Thomas St. John District, 774-0255. Either ask for Mr. Vincent Roberts, my Assistant Commissioner, or Mr. Kirk Thomas, the district administrator. For any
30 seconds.
activities on St. John, that would be my deputy director, Mr. Elroy Hill.
And it's the same number for St. John, is the same number for St. Thomas?
Correct.
All right, my other question with regards to reach, so with regards to marketing, what's the plan to get the information out about what programs are coming or online or coming online?
Yeah, so again, I stress this a lot.
Time.
We don't have public information officers like other departments and people who write. The people that you're seeing on this screen, some of the employees, they handle our media, our Facebook, our website. Keep like I said, I like to add people to add us to Facebook. All of our information, whether it is a program, we usually post flyers that we're going to have those programs. The website is up, www.dspr.vi.gov, or you can just call the department and ask if there's any programs that interest your child.
So just like I mentioned during the first block to the Assistant Commissioner of Labor, if we want to reach out our young people, we need to reach them where they're at. So social media is the platform to be able to promote any program activity that the department will have. Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. The department I know has Facebook. Do you have any other, are using any other platforms other than Facebook to be able to reach out to the young people?
I will let Ms. Henry talk about that. I know there was conversations about her Instagram page. I know we're not on Twitter. Again, the website is the individuals that you see here. We didn't pay anybody to create our website. I got to thank BIT for helping us with that, but all the information was with these individuals. Ms. Henry?
Afternoon again. We are working on our Instagram page. We have our email from BIT, so Ms. Hanson and myself will be setting that up.
Let me ask you, because we hear this a lot, and this could mean a lot of things. When you say we are working, what does that mean?
We're working on a page, getting the content together, what we're going to post, stuff like that. We just got the email address, so we have to transfer our stuff from what we have on Facebook and make sure we mimic the same thing on Instagram.
Because if I may, I mean it's not it's not rocket science really. It's just starting the page and putting up the flyers on Instagram. It uploads pictures. So I can't stress it enough that we have to improve, and not only to your department, Commissioner, but to various departments. We have to improve our communication and ensure that our community is aware of the programs and services that this government has to offer. So many of our people, whether it's seniors or young people, they fall on the sidelines because they are not aware of what the departments are offering, what the government has to offer. So I want to stress to your staff, to your team, to yourself, to please make sure that this is done. Snapshot is another area where you could reach the young people and ensure that you have the information out there. I'm hearing some of the ads in the radio, so that's a good thing. I was able to hear the ads, and I have to commend you for the drive-in event that you had, and some of those ads were on the radio. So we need to use different means to be able to reach the community that we serve.
Noted, Senator.
We're going to go, I have some more questions, but I'm going to allow my colleagues to ask. We're going to go to a second round of questions so that we can continue, because I know they have some more stuff they want to share. So we're going to go into a 3 minutes round of question, and Senator Johnson, you're first.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. I want to pretty much stay on the line of questioning that the Chair, Senator Carrion, was asking about programs. And my question really directly to summer programs or summer camp. With these numbers low and there's guidelines that we're trying to put in place, are we intending to be prepared if that possibility for summer programs by Sports, Parks, and Rec?
The quick answer to that, Senator, is yes. We do know that that is going to be contingent on whether the Department of Health allows in-person summer programs. Everybody in the territory knows Sports Park and Recreation is the best summer program in the territory. But if we get the approval to administer them, absolutely we will.
And then you have your funding capability of pulling this off and program, and that's why they keep asking about the programs. If you're preparing them and putting them in place to make sure if that opportunity arises, you don't be at the last minute scrambling trying to put these programs and set up your facilities to accommodate these summer camps.
I don't think funding is an issue for our programs. We lack funding in a lot of other things, personnel, equipment, but when it comes to funding, I think we're okay with that.
And my next question, I realize that you have 104 employees, 54 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, 50 in the St. Croix district. Out of the 54 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, how many St. Thomas, how many St. John?
Let Ms. Pell answer that.
Good afternoon, Relina Pell. Currently in the St. John district, I have 6 employees over there.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll back to Commissioner. In the discussion with sports tourism, it's a language that we've been using for quite some time, but it's not something that we have capitalized on big enough. And
30 seconds.
My good colleague out of St. Thomas continued to ask the question about sports tourism, but I want to be a little direct with it. And she continued to sponge on the Polly Joseph Stadium in regards to sports tourism. You have a big sports tourism activity with basketball on the island of St. Thomas, Paradise Jam. And I hope...
Time.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
I would hope that we would start reaching out early in the same aspect with the baseball and the college baseball teams to utilize that park or either reach out to a minor league team, because to keep that park is going to be very costly to Parks and Rec. But if you find a private partner to align with that will take that park and keep it up to par and also continue with the tournaments, it's going to be profitable, and then I can see sports tourism at the highest in the Virgin Islands when it comes to that baseball park being utilized with tournaments with all the college and the Virgin Islands national team taking part. But more than anything, I want to get back at that plate to call balls and strike. Definitely want to see that happen. All right, so I applaud you for all you and your team have been doing thus far, but I really encourage that you look into that avenue to make sure that when it comes to sports tourism with the ballpark, the Polly Joseph Stadium, that you start having discussion with either the college or the minor league team, because if we do this in the winter time, I assure you, everyone will want to take part in that tournament. Because when they get cold, they ain't gonna want to stay up there and can't play ball. They're gonna gladly come to this tournament. So it's something that I hope you really look at strongly and consider it, and let's make it happen, Commissioner. Have a good day, and thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. If I may, Senator, with a sports management background and event management, we know that any event probably starts 2 years before that event actually takes place. Both my assistant commissioners, which is Assistant Commissioner Hansen and Assistant Commissioner Roberts, attended a Teams conference about a year and a half ago, where they formed relationships with different sports organizations. And I'm talking about not just baseball, basketball, we're talking about lacrosse, tennis, badminton. So we started the procedure to make those connections and those relationships. Both of them went to that conference. They've brought back a lot of information. So we will continue to form those relationships before the stadium opens so that when it do, we already have people willing to come to it.
Good, good. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Javon James, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner White, or anyone who can be able to answer this question. I realize as a freshman senator in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, as I toured the various parks and recreational centers, I realized that we do not have signs placed by these parks and recreational centers. And I always say that when we name a park or a building after someone, we must take pride in what we do. So I just want to ask you, with the funding that we're receiving from FEMA, has the department included the erection of signs for the various parks in the Virgin Islands as far as the funding?
We cannot use that funding to erect signs. The FEMA funding is specifically
Thank you.
for hurricane damages.
So my question is, have you done an assessment of what it would cost to provide funding for the various parks and recreational centers that are named after prominent and important Virgin Islanders? Have you?
I have not done assessment, Senator, but I think in my last Senate hearing, I did state that if the legislature would appropriate funding for those signs to go up, we would gladly put them up at every facility.
And what I'm saying is we cannot appropriate funds without an assessment. So I'm asking that an assessment be done by the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, so we don't just write you a blank check or you come back and tell us it's not enough. So an assessment needs to be done, especially with the Pedro Cruz ballpark. There is no naming of it. And yes, we call it the San Farm ballpark because no one knows the actual name of it because there's no signs. So I'm just kindly asking that you do an assessment of all the parks that are named after Virgin Islanders who have done great things for this territory so the legislature can appropriate the funds. Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
One minute.
I know that I made mention of some disparities with the DSPR FEMA project listing. So through the chair, I'm asking for Sports, Parks, and Recreation to submit an updated DSPR FEMA project listing to this committee so we can keep track of the progress of all the project worksheets. And my question to Commissioner White, can you speak to any collaboration with the Department of Education's athletic director during COVID-19 so when school gets back
30
in session,
seconds.
that we can be able to accommodate our young men and women in the field of sports? Is there any collaboration going on there with the athletic director?
Yes, we have a great working relationship with education. They partnered with us in the Combine. We just received a proposal from the Department of Education, I think last week, for a softball program that I know the department is ready and willing to assist them with. So the answer to your question is yes, there is collaboration.
Time.
It's only about 4 of us. Can you in the chamber? So can you give us some extra time?
Yeah, yes, you may.
All right,
We're flexible this afternoon. We're good at time. You could go ahead, Senator James.
I want to say congratulations to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Commissioner White, you're doing your thing. You're working hard and you're doing your thing, and I applaud you. But we have a job to do. And the DSPR website was developed by the Bureau of Information Technology. In the November 2020 hearing, you brought it to the forefront. And ever since then, I told you of some of the challenges I've had. Like, I just try to get to the DSPR website on my phone, and I'm unable to do so, but I'm able to do so with my iPad. So I see that the website is not user-friendly. Have you had a follow-up conversation with BIT to rectify that problem?
You might need to upgrade your phone, Senator. Maybe that's the issue.
No, don't try that. I got the baddest iPhone out.
It could be that.
But in all seriousness, we had that same challenge just last year, and some of my colleagues even made mention of the same problem. And then you tell us to try a different route, which is, I guess, a different spelling or some additional word into it, and it actually worked. So I would take the little piece of shade, but please work on that. And you mentioned last year that you're working on a new organizational structure chart for the department during one of my line of questioning. What is the status of that chart? Have you been able to complete that chart?
Yeah, it's not completed, Senator. I noticed with between the two departments, you had position titles that one island had that another island didn't. I'm trying to rectify and put us on the same plane. I could honestly say that the group of individuals that I'm working with, I know they talk to each other more than they talk to me, but I love that they have that cohesiveness, that they talk to each other. The assistant commissioner from St. Croix has conversation with the assistant commissioners from St. Thomas, and then vice versa, the administrators from St. Thomas have conversations with St. Croix. It's one department. You see me preach all the time that is one team, one goal, one vision. So we're trying to get that org chart where it's equal all around.
Thank you, and I would just end by saying that I know you have a lot on your table, but that's why you have an assistant commissioner and other individuals to assist you. And just kindly asking you to please find some time to meet with the St. Croix Cricket Association. Since last year, I've been meeting with them, and Mr. Chair, I would suggest that you reach out to them. They would like to bring cricket to the island of St. Croix. We have ample land, so I don't see why we can't accommodate people from different sports or different areas of interest. And there's no way, shape, or form comparing St. Croix to St. Thomas. But the St. Croix Cricket Association wants to do a project on St. Croix. And last but not least, there's an individual by the name of Akeem Maynard who have reached out to me, Commissioner White, and he said that he wants to bring on a baseball clinic. He reached out to you, and something happened there, but he was unable to do so. So I'm just please asking you to just remain open-minded, and I will even email you the information for Akeem Maynard. He has access to a lot of professional baseball players on the U.S. mainland, and he wants to bring a baseball clinic here to the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You are welcome, Senator James Sr., for your questions. Senator Alma Francis Halliger, you recognize?
Good afternoon again. First of all, I would like to quickly ask the question. I know there was a discussion earlier in regards to employees of sports parks and recreation attending conferences to make connections. And you also made notice that most of these connections, if you do, it usually takes about 2 years before anything comes to fruition. While at that conference, were there anything in particular that you guys gravitated to that, since it was a year and a half, that potentially could be coming online maybe in the next year or so?
I'll defer to Assistant Commissioner Hansen or Roberts if any of them want to take that question. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. While we were at that conference, and even when we got back, we did have some conversation with some of the groups that were interested in bringing different sports to the territory. One of the things that we were focusing on is the groups and the sports that were kind of we saw as low-hanging fruit. We had table tennis, there was archery, stuff that just required the gymnasium, a ballroom, things that we could put in place quite easily. What happened was COVID hit, and it kind of threw everything kind of out of the loop. But there was a lot of interest in a lot of different sports that had a lot of followings. So we got kind of stuck because of COVID, but we would definitely.
Well, as of right now, we've been in the pandemic for about over a year, and as vaccines are coming out, as we are continuing social distancing and a variety of other things, and hopefully, potentially, we could get back to some sort of normalcy maybe next year. Are you doing anything to do follow-ups in anticipation of this?
Well, Actually, honestly, Senator, I actually had a conversation with the gentleman from tourism that went with us up to yesterday
30
about
seconds.
beginning a conversation with some of the groups again. Yes, we are planning. We are talking about getting the ball
So you
rolling
haven't
again.
done it yet, but it's part of your agenda.
Yes, it is.
You haven't done it yet, but you plan to.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll be looking forward to hearing a little bit about that. Commissioner White, I would like to ask if you had a wish list, because we talk a lot about all the repairs and all the
Time.
major things that have happened. Mr. Chair,
Yes,
may I
you
have
may.
some additional time?
Yes, you
Thank
may.
you.
Take your time.
We spoke about all the damages, we're dealing with COVID, but as a government agency, if you had a wish list of things that you genuinely wanted and needed in order to propel your agency to do its very best, could you share some of those things with me?
The number one priority would be, our greatest asset, which is the human resource, additional employees, and that's from all aspects of the department. The recreation in the office, grounds and maintenance, and then additional equipment. A lot of people don't realize that when you're asking a department to take care of 50-something facilities territory-wide, a lot of the times we ask for assistance from other agencies, and they usually 9 times out of 10 are able to assist. If we had those equipment ourselves, I think our staff could do a lot more of the work or get a lot more done. But definitely human, more personnel, and equipment.
Okay, have you guys looked into, for example, grants in order to get some of the equipment that you might need, or have you looked at that?
Yes, I have, Senator. Part of the 428 funds from the Honeymoon Beach, we got some $2.2 million on Honeymoon. I submitted a letter to FEMA asking them to transfer that money to get us some capital improvement equipment. In that fund was some backhoes. So I have, but we need more, to be honest with you.
So that 2.2 million, what percentage of your wish list per se you would say that covered, and what would you anticipate you would like to get more in order to make you whole to do the best that you can?
The two John Deere's came up to about $240,000. That was just two, but then we're talking about attachments. We need a lot of equipment. The amount of grass that this staff have to cut around the island, 0-ton machines, bush hogs. If I was to put a number, Senator, I'll say close to $1 million in just capital equipment that we would need to make the job easier for this department.
In addition to the 2.2 that you've already gotten, that would roughly round it off.
Correct. Like I said, the 2.2 is going to several things. Out of that 2.2, only $240,000 is for equipment, and that's for two John Deere tractors.
Okay. 240. All righty. Well, I would wrap up as my time has ended. I want to personally thank you and your staff for the time that you guys took out to give us the tours of the various facilities, myself and my staff that attended these tours, as well as the time and the care that I see a lot of the staff put into keeping these grounds groomed. It's kind of interesting when you're in a situation where you are almost stuck between a rock and a hard place, between trying to repair things and not touch them, get FEMA funding, but still be able to provide a service to the community. So I applaud you guys for what you guys are doing thus far. And I know the importance of these parks and the different programs that your department provides, because when it comes to the young people and the individuals in this territory, a holistic adult, a holistic child, a holistic human being, when it comes to the mind, body, and soul, is very important. So I think this department plays a critical role when it comes to the residents of our territory. So thank you so much for that. So I look forward to getting the necessary information that several of my colleagues have requested. And I am also would like to get some follow-up as it relates to reaching out to these various entities that would like to partner with us to bring more sports tourism to our territory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your questions. Now, Madam Clerk, if you could put me on the clock. Commissioner, yeah, I have a few questions also. Let's talk a little bit about money. What's your total budget?
I'll let Ms. Peters, my financial director, give that.
Hi, good afternoon, Carol Peters. Our 2021 fiscal year budget is $7.4 million.
74 million?
7.4.
Oh, 7.4. Okay, want to make sure I heard correct. That was like, wow, 74. 7.4. How much of that is directed to programs, and how much is directed to personnel?
Okay, personnel and fringe is approximately 6.9, approximately, and the other. Then we have so our $7.4 million. Over 80-something% is personnel and fringe. The difference goes into our operating expenses, such as our supplies and operating services, as well as utilities.
So how much is that percentage for?
We receive $110,000 for programs.
$110,000 for programs.
Yes.
Senator, I want to reiterate what Ms. Peters is saying. Out of that 7.4 million, 83% of that, 83%, probably a little higher, is just for personnel alone. So we don't have a big budget to work with when we're talking about, our operating budget. People might hear 7.4 million, but as she stated, 6 point something of that is just for our employees.
Just for employees.
Correct.
So what's the percentage for operational?
Okay, let's say
1 minute.
Personnel and fringe is about 83%. So the difference is in operations, which includes utilities, or supplies, as well as other services.
So we're talking about what is that difference? Help me out.
The short answer is it's small. While she's getting the number,
About 83% of our budget goes into personnel and fringe. The difference is in operating expenses, which is about 17%. Like I mentioned, utilities and our supplies and other services.
Okay, so then the amount for programs is just 110,000.
Yes, the programs I'm referencing is actually was actually part of the nonprofits miscellaneous part of the budget, but as of last fiscal year and the year before, that amount, which is about $110,000, was moved from the miscellaneous nonprofits and moved under our budget. So that is the $110,000 that is actually part of our budget.
Clearly, we have a problem here, because if we're called to serve the community and our young people, and the amount for programs is just $110,000, something is clearly wrong.
If I may add as well, we also receive $500,000 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund that assists with programs as well.
Oh, 500,000?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you said the size of your staff is how much? Is
The size
104 total. 104 total.
104.
Okay. I heard a gentleman reference the other day that 104 years ago was St. Croix alone. So we see that every year personnel for this department is decreasing, but the demand is increasing.
And you have a total of how many facilities and parks that are under your jurisdiction?
Senator, if I have to count all the recreation centers, restrooms, clearly territory-wide, easily over 50 facilities,
Over 50 facilities.
territory-wide.
Got you. So what are the challenges that you say that you're facing right now?
I'll start off with my employees. You know, I gonna always be an advocate for my employees. You know, salary is always an issue. When it comes to morale, you know, we demand a lot of these employees. We're some still of the lowest paid in the territory. Just vacancies, getting additional people to work. Vehicles, you know, we just hired some new custodian workers to clean these restrooms, but we don't have the vehicles for them to go to the different facilities. Equipment.
So let me, in regards to custodian workers, how many do you have in each district?
Ms. Pell?
Currently, I have 3 full-time on St. Croix and a St. Thomas St. John district, 3.5. 3 full-time, 1 part-time.
3 on St. Thomas and 3 on St. Croix. 3 on St. Okay, 3 on the St. Thomas and John
3
district.
on St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John, 3 full-time and 1 part-time.
3 full-time and 1 part-time. All right, and that's for how many facilities do you have on St. Croix? You said 50 is about 50 in all. What's the division
Total,
between
yeah.
district?
I'll get that information for you within a few seconds, Senator.
Because 3 custodial workers for 1 district seems like there's a problem here. Now, let me ask you, do you have any positions that have been held that are frozen right now but are within the budget? And what's that number?
Not frozen. I don't think we have any positions frozen. I know when COVID-19 hit, we did lose a number of positions. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been like 11 positions. But Ms. Pell, you could correct me if I'm wrong. We felt really good early part of last year. I think I had 18 positions we were trying to fill. We had filled a number of them, but we had 11 left that we were unable to, and we lost because of COVID-19. Just to give you some numbers, Senator, 25 facilities on St. Croix, 18 facilities on St. Thomas, 5 facilities on St. John.
On St. John. So 3 custodial workers for all those facilities on St. Croix and 3.5 for St. Thomas. Is that correct?
You are correct.
All right. Do you have, are you currently have any vacancies for custodial workers?
Ms. Pell?
No, we don't. The
So-
budget can't handle that.
So now that we are in COVID and there are some guidelines and this require some more cleaning, what's the plan? Can you use some of the funds from the CARE Act to be able to hire custodial workers?
So I've reached out to Commissioner Gary Malloy. We've had several conversations. He is going to try to assist me. They have a program where I think that individuals that lost their jobs because of COVID, they're going to be placing them. He is going to try to see how many custodians, and that's what I requested, some custodians he can give to the territory. It wasn't a lot that he was going to be able to afford us. But again, when you think about the territory, especially in St. Croix, when you look at the distance, between east and west. Our custodians go from facility to facility. With three on the island, you could understand how frustrating and how enormous of a task that is to keep all of those facilities clean. And as you stated, with COVID-19 now, we have to do more cleaning. It is going to be a problem for the department.
Definitely, and this
If I may,
really needs to be a priority. We really can't continue operating like this. You know, I understand that you have some shortcomings. I think your department has been trying hard with what you have. You have a lot of facilities and not enough staff, even though it sounds like approximately 80% goes into personnel, 80% of your budget, but clearly there's some shortfalls that you need to really dig into. Are you planning to submit a supplemental budget? And before that, I'm sorry, one of your members from your team wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Ms.
I just wanted to say, just for the record, if I may, while we have 3 custodial workers on St. Croix, we have 1 on extended sick leave. Matter of fact, we have 3 employees on St. Croix on extended sick leave. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Duly noted. Are you planning to submit a supplemental budget?
Absolutely, Senator. I expect to bring some numbers to you guys in the Committee of Finance to get some additional assistance. Me and the team will work on see what our most emergency needs are, but absolutely we would submit that to you during the Committee of Finance.
You spoke about having some, I think, equipment or materials in inventory. What's the plan with regards to that?
I'm not following the question.
I think one of my colleagues were asking you about, I don't know if it was some reference to some material that you had in inventory?
Light bulbs?
Light bulbs, correct.
Yeah, so the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation for years have a long outstanding relationship with the Housing Finance Authority. From time to time, they have contacted the department to assist them with bulbs and lighting at their facilities. That is one avenue that we probably would see if those bulbs are something that they can use. I'm sure eventually they would probably try to move from the high pressure sodium lights to LEDs also. But we do have a number of 1,500 and 1,000 watt light bulbs for our facilities.
Okay, I was just curious to know what, because you said that they're almost becoming obsolete, I believe. So I want to make sure that what's the plan with those, the material that we have in inventory. Now, going back to the needs that you have within your department, and I asked about the CARES Act. You said you're having conversations with Commissioner Malloy, but don't we have funding for critical hires? Have you reached out? Yeah, my question is, have you reached out to OMB to find out what funds are available for critical hires?
Okay. Noted.
Have you had that conversation?
Me to reach out. I have not had that conversation. And the equipment that I want from the CARES Act, it's already been sent up to property and procurement. Like I said, we're just waiting for them to send a PO so that we can get that stuff. If there is funding for hires in CARES Act, I will be reaching out to Director O'Neill to see how we can go about getting that.
Yes, definitely have the conversation. And, this is something that sometimes I'm very concerned about, how we're not having these type of conversations within the executive branch. Different departments, need to have these type of conversations and support each other because there's funds that are available for critical hires within the department, within OMB for critical hires. So please look into that. The other question I had was in regard to also within that same field, you are managing approximately 51 different projects. You stated earlier that you have an A team, a small staff, and you don't really have engineers within your departments or project managers. So what's the plan? Are you planning then to have project managers to see through these projects?
Yeah, so there is some cost within the FEMA projects that give us for project management. We do have a disaster recovery specialist that was sent down from the Office of Disaster Recovery. We constantly meet with the Office of Disaster Recovery, and I need to thank them because they keep us on task week in and week out as far as moving from one step to the next step every week. But we have been, reaching out to different resources. Some of our projects, we have gotten scopes done from engineers of education. ODR have helped up with engineers from Port Authority. So, it's help wherever we can get it. We could stay here and quarrel and screw our face up because we need the help. But I think I can honestly state that we're reaching out to several other agencies, and they're trying to assist us with getting these projects completed.
I hear you, Commissioner, but I'm talking about in-house. Or have you requested to have in-house project managers or someone to assist with these projects?
We don't have the funding in our budget to hire that. So like what I'm saying is some of the projects, the money that come with the project covers for a project manager. So we would have to use some of those FEMA monies to see if we can hire project management.
Okay, I guess we'll go into more depth with these questions with regards to the recovery at another committee hearing. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a point of inquiry.
Commissioner, good day again. As I know that you have horses on, and I know we're not discussing the opening of the track, but on both facilities, there are still horses, am I right?
Yes, Senator.
What's the plan in the meantime while this is going on? Are the tracks somewhat kind of open because the horsemen have to go there to take care of the horse and different things like that? What's the accommodation? I think right now everything is back in your lap, is it?
Correct. On the St. Croix side, keep in mind the department haven't managed that facility probably since the late 1990s. It's always been out to vendors. This was something that was thrown in Assistant Commissioner Hansen's lap. We're now required to go and maintain and cut the facilities. There is horses on the track. We wanted to extend to the horsemen out there to allow to those horses to at least train and exercise and gallop. Now, I've been getting some disturbing news that some of the horses out there now are starting to have races. I will assure you that if that continues, and I don't want to speak for the governor, but at some point we are going to have to shut down the track completely, which we don't want to do because we want to make sure that those horses are getting out there and training. But it's a liability issue right now, and if the guys that are there can't abide by just training and galloping a horse and they want to have races, we will be forced to shut it down.
Two horses working out together is not considered a race, is it?
Senator, we're talking about horses lining up and going down the track. I got calls from Port Authority, from their officers. I wasn't there, so you are right. I did not see it, but I am getting some reports of actual races taking part.
And who secures the property at this time?
The department has no staff assigned at that facility. We can't afford moving an employee from one facility to that right now. Again, this was something just thrown in our lap when VIGL decided to vacate the property. But eventually, like I said, we would have to make a decision on asking for additional funds for a track superintendent where they can manage the facility, or unfortunately, like I said, just closing the track.
Well, I sure do hope that the governor is, in his best wisdom, trying to do everything to get this track open. We've been going a little too long without horse racing in the territory. It's a major sports here in the territory, especially on the Big Island. We have to get this going, so I sure hope that they can come to some agreement. I know there's some legal technical issues there with it. I just hope that we can get it going and get it going fast. It's very critical. Thank you again very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson, and I echo your sentiments. We know that horse racing is something big here in the territory, and also it's a revenue-generating sport. So with regards to that, there was another question I had, and it's to how much revenue does your department generate? Because I know there are facilities that you all rent out. I know maybe with COVID it was affected. So I would like to have that information, how much revenues anyone on your team can share with me in 2019 and now 2020.
Ms. Peters can give you that information. I see that she just ran to the restroom. When she get back, I'll get that information to you.
Okay, I would appreciate that. So in closing, is there anything else that you would like us, and before you give your closing remarks, anything else that you would like us to know and the community to know?
Just off the bat, I just want to assure the community that the employees of this department are working, have been working since the onset of COVID-19. I am hoping that the 34th, we saw some light at the end of the tunnel with the 33rd legislature as we got some additional funding. Senator, I'm pleading with you that although it helped, it was not enough. The department have a lot of needs. There's a lot of mandate that is placed under this department by law, but for some reason, the equipment and the personnel was not given to the department to carry out that mandate. Doing budget hearing, I look forward to, once again, giving you those problems and that we have, and hopefully the Committee on Finance and at the budget hearing can assist us with closing that gap. One of the things that is going to have to happen for this department to move forward is the budget is going to have to increase. There's no way around it. The budget is going to have to increase. We're going to have to increase the personnel. But, for the meantime, like I said, I can't thank the staff enough for the work that they're doing. They get beat around a lot by the public for people who walk around and they don't really understand what these guys do every day. But, I am proud and pleased with the work that they have brought forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll be back for your closing remarks. But now the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands for a 1-minute recess. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation is back out of recess. Commissioner White?
I'm here.
Thank you, thank you. I want to thank you and your staff for your patience this afternoon. You may now proceed and share some closing remarks.
If you would allow me to have my finance director give you those numbers as far as the revenue generation in 2019 and 2020.
Great.
Hi, good afternoon. Carol Peters. 2019, the department received $156,553 from the Territorial Park Fund. That was from the collection of monthly rental fee from our vendors. The Athletic Fund, which is our programs, we collected $85,760. In 2020, from our vendors' monthly fees, we collected $141,855. And for programs, we collected $11,320.
Thank you for that information. You may proceed, Commissioner.
All right. Senator, again, I want to first congratulate you on your first committee hearing. It was a pleasure. Don't let the quietness of the individuals on this Zoom fool you. I have some bulldogs on this team that are very aggressive when it comes to sports in the territory. They want to see the same outcome as myself, and that's just for sports in general to be better in the territory, to give our youth and our adults an outlet for leisure and recreational activity. So thank you again. A lot of people, I always say, Commissioner, you're doing a great job, but I want to assure the public that this is in no way a one-man or two-man job. I depend on all of these individuals. If I could, I would have all 104 employees log on this Zoom because we truly are one team with one vision and one goal. But the credit goes to them, the men and women that are out there every day who are actually doing the work. Once again, I thank you. I look forward to your assistance in making this department better. And I definitely look forward to seeing the Committee of Finance for budget hearing so that we can, again, give you guys our needs and concerns to make this department better.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to also thank you and thank your staff. I look forward for a very productive working relationship in this term with your department in particular. Also, I really appreciate all the effort that the staff has done. While you understand that my job is also to oversight and hold the department accountable, but I'm also here also to provide the support that you need to ensure that you guys, your department can fulfill the mandate and that you all have. So I appreciate you taking out the time to share your testimonies and allowing the colleagues to inquire and ask questions reference to the status and the programs that affect our young people in our territory. And I am optimistic, just like you, and hopeful that soon we can have some less restrictions and our young people are able to come out and enjoy the facilities that we have. And I'm also hopeful that not only the projects that you spoke about this afternoon, that they're not only have been obligated, but that we can see them completed and that we could have facilities that we are able to use and enjoy. So from our end, you have our support. Anything we can do to be able to assist the department in fulfilling its mission, we're here to provide that support. You will also be hearing from us when we believe that something can improve. We will provide suggestions and ideas or call and ask what's happening. But we're here to be able to work hand in hand with the department because I think we both want the same thing. We both want our young people to be able to enjoy, and not only young people, even our seniors also, and everyone in the community to be able to enjoy the facilities that we have available, whether they are beach facilities, whether they are recreation centers, whether they are parks. We want to ensure that everyone in our community has access and are able to enjoy the facilities. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues, the members of this committee and the non-members of this committee, for taking out the time today and being present and sharing their thoughts, their questions, and ideas. So I look forward to continue working with you, Commissioner, and your staff. Having nothing else, the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation stands adjourned. Thank you very much.